083768.
Attention! If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
This is Larry Steinhaus, and did you know that I buy houses in any condition? That's right, I buy hoarder houses, I buy trashed houses, I buy burnt-out houses, or even houses with bad tenants. If you are a tired landlord, or you inherited a property, or you just have a property you don't want, give me a call at 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the phone and make you a full-price offer. That's 855-939-1137. Don't suffer with that property anymore.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, I'm home. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Well, we are home here, but I'm really talking about the astronauts. I want to hear if you watched this, 855-839-1210, because we planned our dinner hour around it. So we,
No, you didn't. Did you really?
Yeah. We loved it. Like, I made pork chops with applesauce and some, like the whole thing, little potatoes.
Yeah?
So Michael doesn't eat pork.
Wait,
So
why didn't you do like a astronaut themed dinner?
Oh, well, that's so that's another question with the astronauts, the splashdown, the dolphins. We'll get through all of it. Elon Musk later and some revelations here. But I do want to get, if you were in outer space and it's really closer to 10 months and then you come home, what would you want for dinner? Seriously, what food would you want? What service would you want? What would you want to do? What would you say? Oh man,
Roast pork wonton noodle soup.
That's it?
Well, that's my first thing I'm gonna eat.
So I had, because the Zioli show was on at the time, so I was like listening to Zioli as he was talking about it. I was watching the NASA TV site, watching it live, or we were, and I tweeted out or X'd out, I would want some Rich Zioli homemade pizza, from his brick oven.
Is it good?
Yes, he makes
like actually good, or is it you just being kind?
No. He, because the crust cannot be droopy or soggy. But I probably would want like a homemade comfort food. Would it be homemade pasta? Would it be some pizza from your favorite place?
Why is all your comfort food Italian? Aren't you Norwegian?
I know. I do love salmon.
You don't want smoked cod or something that?
No, I love salmon. I love, what else? Bronzino.
We're going back to the Italian stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's true. Can't wait for
Can't help
Italy.
yourself.
But as far as this goes, I'm obsessed with this because you think about health. I'm also thinking, and I will say this to you, are you surprised that these two astronauts, because I never really thought about this. Not only do they look at your health as an astronaut, your physical health, but also they look at your mental fitness and your disposition. So therefore, I was trying to find out, are these astronauts middle children? Because they say that middle children,
So specific.
which I might be one, ha ha ha, but middle children often have the best dispositions for dealing with things like stress. Because who would you not want in outer space? You don't want someone who has hissy fits and temper tantrums, right? Even if they threw stuff because of zero gravity, the nice thing is it wouldn't hit anybody, but they'd be wasting a lot of stuff. You know what I mean? If you know that family member's like, shh, tries to throw stuff, ha ha, it just floats in the air.
That's what they're doing up there in space?
No, but I think they're amazing people, that they have this amazing disposition. Seriously, they look at they do all this testing on their mental health. Mm. And then I think about our mental health crisis in this country because of all the pandemic shutdowns and everything. Can we learn from that? And what did they learn, right? Because I think a lot of, think about younger generations. Could people right now in their 20s or their teens handle being basically stuck? They were stranded, in my humble opinion. And that's another thing we discussed, I know, earlier this morning. But were they stuck? Were they stranded? Well, they were told that they will go on a 9-day mission, 9 days, a little over a week. That's what they planned for, to the International Space Station. And then since June 5th, they blasted off. It's basically 10 months. And so you think about that, coming home now and living in zero gravity, they were not prepared for it. So then I have to ask the question, were they trained for it? Is there a different kind of training if you were expecting to go up for 3 or 4 months? To me personally, when you look at Sonny and Butch, I think they'll become household names. We know that and God bless them. Right now they're receiving medical treatment, because when you go through zero gravity like that, your heart health, your kidney, your internal organs. Look at the pictures, and I know Dan. We'll get to Elon Musk and what he said, but even Dan and I in the commercial break, we're looking at the pictures of them just from nearly 10 months ago. It looks like they aged 5 to 10 years. So she's now 59. Butch is now 62, and they look, before they left, I would say they look much younger. They look like, I would say they aged maybe 5 to 10 years. That's just my humble opinion. Their skin tone, that their skin looks kind of maybe a more yellowy. They look like they've lost weight. The eyes more deep set because they've lost weight. I don't know.
Oh, you can't see it up. Yeah, we got it up there on YouTube right now. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Please like, subscribe, click that little bell for notifications as well.
But you can suffer. So the most fascinating thing is that your spine extends. And so some astronauts gain 2 to 3 inches in their height. Did you know this?
What?
Yes.
It's got to hurt, right?
Well, the thing that hurts is that when you come back, if they don't get you, I guess, into compression and the proper treatments, everything can shrink too quickly. And that might be a compressed situation.
Shrinkage is not fun.
Shrinkage is not good ever, especially in your spinal cord.
Yes, especially the spinal cord.
So that's another issue. But their internal organs they'll be monitoring. It can be very difficult on your lungs, especially on your heart. Your skin is the largest living organ of your body. I don't know if you knew that. And so your skin health tells a lot about you. And then you look at her hair and the graying of it. I mean, I know obviously a lot of people color their hair, and she colors her hair. But the fact that that even the hair looks a different texture, everything. I don't know. For both of them, their hair looks a different texture and looks like they just, they age so much. And so it's tough on your physical body as well as your mental health. I would say that their mental health, the fact that they are so mentally well, is what kept them going. That bright spirit. And isn't that for all of us? but mental health matters. I'm just saying. So Elon Musk this was late last night. I don't know if you saw the whole thing. There's one point where I think his interviewer, Sean Hannity, got a little, maybe didn't like what he's laughing at him. But let's start with the question. Hey, Elon, did you offer many months ago to bring them home? It was late last night. I don't know if you...
We definitely offered to...
Sorry, you ready for it? I didn't know if you were still
Yes, I was coughing. Sorry.
You okay?
Yes.
All right, good.
The country
Let's
should celebrate
hey, Elon,
the fact that you were able to rescue
them home.
That it happened successfully in spite of the difficulty, the challenges, and the danger. But I just want to clarify on the issue of whether or not you had offered to send this rocket to space to rescue these astronauts sooner to Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I heard somebody earlier
Elon,
today say, in fact, that didn't happen when I believe it did.
No, we definitely offered to return the astronauts earlier. There's no question about that. The astronauts were only supposed to be there for 8 days, and they've been there for almost 10 months. So obviously that doesn't make any sense. SpaceX could have brought the astronauts back after a few months at most, and we made that offer to the Biden administration. It was rejected for political reasons, and that's just a fact.
So that's a strong statement. He's not saying the word that came back, we inferred this. That's a very strong statement from him. They rejected this. It was for political reasons. Nothing else makes sense. Nothing else is logical. So I know that a lot of people they will be interviewed, the astronauts who've come home after they receive their medical care. And President Trump did talk about that. We'll get to all of. So Trump had that big interview with Laura Ingraham. I saw most of it, and then they will have the rest of the interview today. So it's a two-parter because she had a lot of time with him. I just thought the Elon Musk stuff, that was obviously much later in the evening. And so this is after nearly 10. And it's funny, people want to say 9 months. I don't know about you, but when it's June 5th until March 18th, how many months is that? Because everybody's saying 9 months. I know that it takes 28 days or whatever, 28 hours to fly there, but I still think it looks like 10 months to me. But they're warning Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, they're warning them that they need the treatment because of the health impact. And so when you look at those before and after photos of them, it's a stark difference. So the things that they talk about, chicken legs that you get, because you get atrophied. Much if you've ever been a caregiver or you know somebody in the hospital or that, let's say they've had a broken bone, so you get the atrophy, both bone and muscle. And that's why they say you get the skinny chicken legs, the baby feet. You have a higher risk of cancer. And so that they could potentially face years of health complications. So say a prayer for them. But as far as Williams and Wilmore, they emerged from there, and it was not quick. If you watch the whole thing, they splashed down like 5:57 because the kids got to eat in the family room, right? And Larry and I, so we just sat around the TV, so we watched the whole thing.
Did you have the trays out?
I know we have we have like this big,
wooden
fun
trays?
table.
Oh, you got the fancy bougie.
The bougie stuff.
Eating surface.
Use your napkins. So we had our dinner.
Chairs,
I know. We watched the whole thing. It was fun. It splashes, the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule splashes down. The first thing we loved all the dolphins in the Gulf of America. So they're MAGA dolphins. I love that
MAGA
statement.
dolphins.
Well, that's what Nick and Greg Stocker called them, the MAGA dolphins.
All right, I like it.
Yeah,
I do like it.
So Flipper MAGA.
Maisie thought it was fake. She was convinced it was AI.
The dolphins?
Propaganda Dawn.
Oh my god.
No, the whole thing. The whole,
the whole thing?
Yeah, the entire thing is just, propaganda.
Oh my gosh. I love it. And so they will check
It's coming from a big Trump and Elon fan. Genuinely.
They'll check their muscle strength, check their bone density, check any kind of stress on their hearts, all of this. But they were in the ISS. So when you see inside the capsule finally, and I did tweet that out or exit out, finally when you got the picture of the 4 of them, the 2 that were in the ISS. So they brought all 4 back because I thought to myself, can you imagine if they only picked up Wilmore and Williams, if I'm the other two that are in the ISS who've only been there a few months, I'm like, oh, hail to the no. You're bringing me back, too. I'm not going to get stuck up here for 10 months.
Move aside. I'm getting in.
Yeah, right? Scooch over. And so it took a while. They have to spray it down, cool it down. They have to spray off all the salt water. It's also notable that think about back in the day, you wouldn't save the rocket or all the parts. If you notice, they take great care, the SpaceX folks, because they recycle. They're not going to lose all that investment, right? They use the same capsule over and over. They use the same rocket over and over.
They're environmentalists.
Yes, they're environmentalists. They're not wasting and just throwing things on the trash heap. But you did notice they looked gaunt. They did have some weight loss there. And do you see it?
I got the Elon audio of him talking about that if you want to.
Yeah, let's listen.
Yep.
Let's talk a little bit, if we can, about the health issues that the astronauts will face. They only trained for an 8-day mission, but there are certainly things involved with returning to gravity, adjusting to gravity, nauseousness, but then it gets a little bit more serious, a variety of other health problems. Bones become about 1% less dense for every month that they are in space. That could lead to issues like osteoporosis or bone fracture, et cetera. Astronauts grow in space because the spinal column expands. There was one astronaut, Scott Kelly, he became 2 inches taller, and others then, when it contracts when you come back, then they have some back issues. They have vision issues because fluids in the eye shift upward to the head. You can explain baby feet if you want. They will have some significant health issues.
How long is this question?
That they're going to be facing, but they'll be okay.
The normal amount of time that astronauts are supposed to be in zero-G is about 3 months, and then really, at the most, about 6 months. That's sort of the normal rotation, and they were up there for almost 10 months. So that's really going beyond what is healthy or good. So it's a good thing that, thanks to the support of President Trump, we hope to bring them back, because really things get just a lot worse if they stay in zero-G for, past a year or more.
Yeah, so this was the thing about it is it really could potentially cause, and that's why they have to keep monitoring them. Just some of the other things, not just your internal organs, your eyes, your heart, your kidneys, your internal organs, but the shape of your eye changes with microgravity. That's another report that I was seeing because I was looking up all the, the space, zero gravity. Over time, your optic nerve starts swelling. And then in the back of the eye, there's the development of folds in your retina.
Oh, this sounds terrible.
So it can be very painful, but affect your vision. And so you get this blurry or fuzzy vision in about 70% of all astronauts who go into space. And so I just have to ask the question normally. So I just want to know this, and I don't have the answer. Normally, if you knew that somebody was going to go into space for 10 months, would there be a different dynamic with who you choose? In my humble opinion, they chose these veterans, right, who are borderline, I guess, Gen X into boomers, right, because they were only going to go 8-9 days. I don't know that you would send 60-year-olds into space if you knew they were going to be there for 10 months. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And that's like an athlete. When we think about an athlete or who you are going to send, and I also don't know the answers of would you have sent a woman? Because men are just stronger. When they were talking about her health, people were focusing on her because we are not as strong as men. We don't have as much muscle mass as men. Do you know what I'm saying? And so these are real issues, just like if you were looking at a football player or an athlete, who's stronger, who's more fit, age restrictions, all of that. I have so many questions about this. Nobody's talking about any of this. You know why? Because the media does not want to bring up the health risk that these astronauts were put in peril, in harm's way, in my opinion, by an administration who, due to politics, decided, no, their health is just collateral damage. We cannot have the bad look of Elon Musk and SpaceX going in and rescuing them because we failed. Even though it's you could argue it's NASA. It's a long-term program, but I just think they would have said, oh, it's another failure we're going to own. So they decided, once again, you can be collateral damage. Another failure of the Biden administration.
Before we get out of here, we got someone with a great name for the topic, Dawn. Star in Collegeville, who's got some commentary on what she'd like to eat as her
Star.
first meal.
What would you eat?
Hey, how are ya?
Good.
If I was up there for 10 months and came back, I would want my daughter's meatloaf and mashed potatoes.
Yum.
Comfort.
Mash. And does she put the oatmeal in there? Does she put anything in the meatloaf?
Oatmeal?
My mom used to put...
Really?
No.
Why
All
specifically the daughter's meatloaf? Just because it's made by the daughter? Does that make it that much better?
No, I'm telling you, meatloaf's my favorite, and she just makes a tremendous meatloaf.
Aww.
Every year for my birthday, I get meatloaf for dinner.
That is wonderful. Well, Star, it's the Star family meatloaf. Thank you for letting us know that. What is your favorite food if you were gone, if you were in outer space, basically eating food out of a toothpaste tube?
Yeah.
What food would you eat? What would it be? 855-839-1210. So up ahead, we have Jeff, my dear friend Jeff Bartos. We'll check in with him. Haven't talked to him for a while. And Ryan McKenzie, our favorite young freshman congressman. He'll be along too, so we'll check in with him. It's a great Dawn show. It's a beautiful day. Thanks for being here. Be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
You know, what you were able to accomplish today really is just fascinates me. I'm interested in every aspect of it. I think, you know, it was pretty public that I bought one of your Teslas. I don't like the way that people, and by the way, it's like the greatest car ever invented. It really is, and I'm not just saying that. It's self-driving. It's got 1,000 horsepower. It goes from 0 to 60 in 0.2 seconds. It's
2
the most American.
2 seconds.
Okay.
2 seconds.
No, I'm sorry, not 0. It goes in 0 to 60 in 2.0 seconds.
At that point, I think it would kill you basically if it went that fast.
It would kill.
And so Elon,
Mr. Know-It-All gets shoved it.
The cute thing, I love that interaction because the cute thing is Elon genuinely got, you know, because he's like a tech guy, right? He's like, he really genuinely is laughing about it. It's funny. And then, I don't know, and toward the end of the interview, then Hannity didn't even let him talk anymore. And that was...
You think he was insulted there?
I don't know. He just didn't... I don't know.
Where'd it go from there? Because this is honestly the first time I'm hearing it. Can we keep going for a sec?
And then let it go a little bit more.
Okay.
2 seconds.
Zero, no, I'm sorry, not 0. It goes in 0 to 60 in 2.0 seconds.
At that point, I think it would kill you basically if it went that fast.
It would kill. That's true.
But it's pretty fast. That's for sure. It's faster than any Ferrari, for example. Yeah.
No, I watched it beat my Z06. I'm like, I thought that was the
Yeah.
greatest muscle car. No, it's not. I watched the S-Plaid beat it. You're into robotics, AI. You are working with Neuralink so the blind can see and people with spinal cord injuries may one day walk. You help people in North Carolina. You help people in California when they have no communications. And I watch all of this.
Yeah, you want to keep going?
I mean, that's
I'm
how
down to bail.
it becomes frustrating. You know, it does become frustrating, and then it makes me more aware of my own interviews. So now I have Jeff and
It's a good
Brian
learning lesson.
McKenzie up. So now I better I'll be like Dan. I'll be like shh with the whip, right? Shh. We'll have to have a whip.
Get to the question,
Shush,
Doc.
woman.
How is this the person that gets like the biggest guests?
I know. Maybe that's why.
Just because he sucks at asking questions?
Well, maybe because
Maybe you should attempt that then. Just become a really bad interviewer. You're really good at interviewing. You know, just go the opposite direction.
But
Maybe we can book Elon.
Maybe some people are like, oh, Hannity will just talk on and on. I don't have to say much or reveal much. Do you know what I mean? Maybe that makes it an easier situation. I don't know. Here you've got somebody, you have all this time with somebody. And by the way, wasn't it live? It appears to be live because he's out on the lawn where Steve Witkoff was just speaking. I'm not sure if it was live. It felt live. But certainly you've got this guy standing out on a lawn with his little SpaceX and his Musk, monogram jacket, if you see it on YouTube. And he's he's really giving some good information.
Yeah.
It's a little frustrating.
And I hate to cut Sean short there because after he goes on that whole rant, kissing Elon's butt, he does get to a good question. That's the hate that you see from the left.
Yeah.
And this is what Elon had to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged. There's some kind of mental illness thing going on here because this doesn't make any sense.
I think he's being kind too when he says that. I think he's actually being kind to say there's a mental health because he's a concerned person. I love Elon Musk. I really do, and I thank him for his service, and I feel kind of bad for him. He's become the bad cop, the fall guy. We have, first I got to talk about Piazza, but we do have upcoming my friend Jeff Bartos, and you guys can spank me if I ask, more than 10-second questions. Now I'm really pressuring myself to be best, baby, like First Lady Melania. But we got to talk about my friends from Piazza because I am broadcasting, if you look behind me, from the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles studio today. And my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands: Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. And these models, with their sleek new designs, innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And they have thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles. They're available right now from Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships by Piazza because Piazza Premium Automobiles always stands out. Visit them, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
So thrilled to have my friend Jeff Partos returning. We spent some time with Trump Force 47, all the events that seem now like years ago. And so, congratulations to you and all your great work. It's nice to be on the right side of things, isn't it, Jeff Partos? It feels
good morning.
good. Good morning.
Good morning. It's so great to hear your voice. I hope that you and your family are well, and best, of course, to all your listeners.
Oh, thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much. I'll give some headlines. We were poking some fun at Hannity for his long-winded questions. So now I have to be I said you guys will have a whip sound if I talk too much, right? And not let the people I'm interviewing answer
I love how
properly.
you're even speeding up this.
I know.
Right?
I'm like, because now I'm conscious of it.
Like Ben Shapiro over here.
But a couple of headlines, and I'll just throw out there and then ask you to respond, Jeff. One of them is something that I had first reported weeks ago, and that was UPenn sources said they were bracing for cuts or frozen funds and even directing their department chairs to reduce admission rates even at grad programs to face the federal research funding cuts. And then today we hear that as much as $270 million frozen, it looks like, for now at UPenn. That's one headline that's locally a lot of reaction to. And the other headline, something that you had put out on social media, Jeff Partos, and that is that you just saw the October 8th, the film, that you're highly recommending it, and something I know that you feel very passionately about, and that's the anti-Semitism that we've seen in the country. Two big headlines this morning. Your reaction, Jeff Partos.
Well, first of all, thank you for having me. Yes, Cheryl and I did see the film October 8th 2 nights ago, and I highly recommend it. Yes, anti-Semitism has exploded. It's important to note that this is a 30-year project that the Muslim Brotherhood and their networks, the American Muslims for Palestine, Students for Justice in Palestine, they've been working on this project since 1993, but it exploded on October 8th, right, in the immediate aftermath of Hamas's unprovoked attack on Israel. And I think the filmmaker, and I've listened to an interview from her, how difficult it was in Hollywood to even get this film made for all of the reasons that we're very aware of, the cancel culture and the wokeness there. But she did get the film made. Credit to her, credit to all of the students and attorneys and the Hollywood folks who did appear, who had the courage. I can't believe we say that's courage, but the courage to appear in the film and to deliver the message. And I think the overriding message, yes, anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine, but this really, I think it's helpful to think about this explosion of hatred that we've seen since Hamas's unprovoked attack is really anti-American, anti-West, anti-Judeo-Christian values, really is geared, as I mentioned, this 30-year project, this has been geared to fracture the very foundation of our society, of our civilization. And that's why I think every American, everyone who loves Western civilization should see the film, should be aware of what's been happening, and then commit to doing whatever they can to fight back. And of course, all the credit in the world to President Trump and to Attorney General Bondi and to FBI Director Kash Patel and to my friend Leo Terrell, who's leading the efforts at the Justice Department. They are not stopping. They're working every day to combat this anti-American, anti-West, anti-Semitism wherever they find it.
Hey, Dawn, I actually do have part of a trailer of that movie if you'd like to.
I'd love
hear
to.
That.
Yeah, this is a must-see.
And youtube.com/@1210WPHT to see the video. Take a watch.
That the entire globe would be in mourning. And not only was it silent, there was jubilation.
It was exhilarating. It was energizing.
I wasn't seeing an ideological disagreement. I was seeing hatred.
Free Palestine!
The hate started flooding in almost immediately.
Students called it resistance. They called it justified. They began calling Zionist students racist.
We are Hamas! Standing up for being Jewish got me more hate than all the things that I have said on social media and on my podcast combined. And I've said a lot.
For every one video that is pro-Israeli, there's 54 pro-Hamas and pro-Palestine videos, sir.
Foreign state and non-state actors are seeding the online space with false narratives in order to impact the stability of Western democracy.
30 years ago, leaders of Hamas in America met and discussed strategy to hijack students' minds.
Israel!
Adapting the concept of intifada. Violence will follow.
Down with the USA! Down with the USA!
This is not about Jews. This is about democracy. This is about human decency.
What does it mean that the future leaders of the most important democracy in the world are chanting for intifada? What is the country going to look like a decade from now?
What is at stake is the soul of America.
Yeah, and Jeff, we wanted the whole thing to play to focus on. This is not just about one group of individuals. It's about America and preserving who we are as a nation. Am I right here?
Yes, and it has been something our family has discussed extensively, and something that we went with 6 friends the other night to see the film. One of whom is a college president, a newly installed college president. And what we talked about afterwards was we've all said when we walked out of the film, "Thank God President Trump won." Now I've said that many times since the early morning hours of November 5th, November 6th, I guess, that Wednesday, but I can't imagine what the country would continue to look like had he not won, and the executive orders that he's put in place and the people he's appointed. We're sitting here, it's day 530. Let me say that again for emphasis. Day 530 of Hamas's unprovoked war, really Iran's war against Israel. Israel's been fighting a 7-front defensive war, really at the tip of the spear, defending Western civilization. There still remains 59 hostages being held in the tunnels underground in Hamas, including 5 Americans. And most recently, Steve Witkoff, who's, again, I should have mentioned him before. What a remarkable job Ambassador Witkoff's been doing, shuttling all over the world to try to bring peace wherever he goes. Hamas rejected recently two very, I think, smart offers by Ambassador Witkoff on behalf of President Trump. So Israel's doing what they need to do. But, for everyone, look, everyone listening, I think, already knows this, but it's worth repeating that the mainstream media and, the legacy media and many, unfortunately, too many foreign capitals talk about this war in inaccurate terms. And the truth of the matter, very simply, this war could have been over 529 days ago if Hamas had surrendered and returned all the hostages. They've chosen not to do that, and they've brought absolute destruction upon their people.
Yeah, and I've been reporting, Jeff, just so you know, reporting on worldwide what's happening with the Israeli strikes. But I will say this, as Israel has said, Hamas has broken the ceasefire deal or any deal because they won't return those hostages. And so we know that's ongoing. But also it was tragic that President Trump, during one of his executive studies, might have been in the Oval, forgive me, but within the past, I'll say 10 days, revealed that of the 59 hostages that have been held now 530 days, it looks like the word they have is maybe only 24, maybe only 24 or less are actually alive. Just, Jeff, I can't even, That's just it. As somebody, and you know me, like, right, that locally, I've been in the media and been in the news. I just, this is such a shame. This will be looked back upon our American news media in particular, that they're not reporting this, or these hostages, these victims who died in, like you're saying, 530 days. My God, this will be remembered. History will be unkind to our so-called mainstream media.
Oh yes, I mean they've completely failed, and I take no joy in that. It's painful to. I mean, I have friends I talk to I get a lot of calls, and people say to me, "Well, isn't it wrong that the First Amendment rights of this Columbia student are?" And I have to then take 5 to 10 minutes to explain First Amendment law and what the rights of someone who lied on their green card application are, and how could someone get a green card if they've only been here on a student visa for 2 years, and it's a lot of time and effort to undo the damage done by I will say either lazy reporting by the mainstream media, or I would say probably more malicious and intentionally with a terrible bias that is doing great damage not only to their reputation and their standing, but also to the safety, security, and well-being of our country. But again, I return to that theme. Thank God President Trump and Vice President Vance and their team, and I keep mentioning people, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, like the team he's put around him, the UN Ambassador designee Elise Stefanik, who posts almost every day for 530 days about the hostages. I mean, we have remarkably capable leaders who lead with moral clarity and strength and compassion and a focus on bringing peace. And gosh, Dawn, I try not to do this. It's a dangerous thought experiment, but just imagine if we'd had this team in place on October 7th. And President Trump likes to say, and he's absolutely right, this wouldn't have happened had he been in office. But again, thank goodness they're there, and they're going to bring this to the best possible conclusion they can. And we have our ally Israel's back, because Israel's fighting this battle at the tip of the spear to defend all of Western civilization.
And just as we're speaking, I'll just mention this as an aside, Jeff Bartos. As we're speaking, local stations not reporting what you just said, 530 days, hopefully 24 hostages alive out of the 59 who they have. But Swarthmore College responding to sanctions that it placed on 15 students who participated in those anti-Jewish, anti-Israel protests. I refuse to say pro-Palestinian. That's not what it's being recognized as, according to students there. And so it's important how they relate it. But now they're showing these chopper shots of these protests happening. So that's the reaction, not, oh, good. Let's make sure everybody knows at Swarthmore that none of us support this.
Yeah, they're lost. I mean, they have Swarthmore and Haverford and way too many, Bryn Mawr, way too many schools. I mean, we can kind of zoom out and look across Western capitals, whether it's in London or Paris or across Europe, all the way through the United States into Canada. I mean, some of the Canadian universities are as bad as it gets, Concordia and McGill and others. So it's really across the West, Australia. I mean, I could go on and on where these problems exist, and they've become untethered. And we saw it when Ambassador designee Stefanik questioned those 3 college presidents in December of 2023, and it exposed to the world the moral and intellectual rot that has been festering for 3 decades on these campuses. President Trump's education department, his HHS department, his Justice Department are all, I mean, there's a task force that's been empowered by the president, by Attorney General Bondi, and by the various cabinet secretaries of the agencies I just mentioned. They're all focused on starting to remedy these. It's a shame it's come to this, right? Yeah. Because the universities could have fixed this in the early days. They chose not to. And as you said very smartly, this is not pro-Palestinian. You cannot be pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas. Hamas, every death of a civilian is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy. Their strategy is to have more of their people killed. Think about that. You can't be pro-Palestinian and pro-Hamas. So these student protesters are pro-Hamas, they're pro-terror, they're anti-American, they're anti-West, anti-Israel, anti-Jewish. These universities are going to fix this, or the market's going to move on.
Yeah.
Smart students and smart parents and smart families are going to look at schools that are not infected with this rot, this moral and intellectual rot, and they're going to vote with their feet and their wallets, and we're seeing it, whether it's the University of Florida, the University of Georgia. I mean, I could go all through the SEC, all through the South, through the Deep South, and look at these universities that are benefiting from the failure of these so-called leaders in colleges and universities in the Northeast and really, throughout America to do their jobs.
Mm-hmm. Tell me something good. I know a lot of conservative talk radio. They love to talk about the Democrats' abysmal numbers, but when our sports teams win, when we root for the Eagles, we don't talk about who we beat. We talk about how we need to prevail. So tell me something good. I mean, first of all, my good is that somebody of the high caliber of Jeff Bartos remains at the side of President Trump. You were a senior advisor in the campaign. I think it's smart that he's surrounding himself with people like you, Jeff. Tell me something good that you are looking forward to and where your eyes are as you look toward the road and the goal.
Oh my gosh, there's so much positive. I mean, I say it feels like every morning is Christmas morning since 12:01 on January 20th. So I think that the amount of positive, and I appreciate the question, Dawn. I'm very purposefully not wanted to criticize any Democrats here. We're not in campaign mode. We're in governing mode. And so I think it's very important to focus on exactly what you just said. You could go down the list, whether it's EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's cutting regulation, some of the fastest and most focused regulation cuts we've ever seen to get our energy industry moving again, to get our economy moving again, to, as Secretary Bessent at the Treasury Department likes to say, unwinding this dependence on government spending and reinflating, if you will, or really kind of strengthening the private sector because there's been this addiction to public spending. So I think whether it's Treasury, whether it's EPA, as I mentioned, Ambassador Designee Stefanik will bring strength and moral clarity to her role. Secretary Duffy, look what he's doing and talking about every day on reimagining and fixing our broken technology that we rely on in our transportation systems. I think you could go through every cabinet agency. I saw this morning that my friend Kash Patel and his team at the FBI have just brought in their third most of the 10 most wanted in something like 3 weeks.
Yeah.
We're looking at interdicting drugs that we haven't seen at a level before at our borders. I think the economy, as President Trump likes to say, the golden age of America is upon us. And I'd say in every cabinet agency, at every sub-cabinet level, in all of these different departments, the president has appointed the best cabinet in our history, the most capable cabinet in our history, an exceptional group of leaders to take America forward and continue the role that we have, which is to lead the world, lead the free world with a focus on peace through strength, peace, prosperity, and American leadership. I just think the golden age really is upon us. We all work so hard in Pennsylvania to help the president, to help Dave McCormick, to help our House candidates. So I think, we're now, we just need to keep working. I think my closing message would be the work is ongoing.
Yes.
Winning elections is important. It's the work. It's the daily grinding work to move the policies forward, to support the right candidates, to get out and fight the misinformation. It's a job that all of us can do. No matter what you do in life, whatever your profession is, whatever your job is, all of us can do our part.
Amen. Well, Jeff Bartos, you're doing your part. Jeff Bartos, my friend, until next time, thanks so much for being here this morning and telling us something good.
My pleasure. Thank you for having me.
Thanks, Jeff. Always appreciate Jeff. He's just a man of integrity, somebody who I'm always grateful for his insight and his time. Is always generous with his time.
Can I make a quick producer's note?
Yes, sir.
We were asked in the YouTube chat, where can we watch the great movie October 8? Local theaters showing at dawn, AMC Plymouth Meeting Mall, AMC Neshaminy, Regal UA, that's United Artists, I guess, Regal, Washington Township, and AMC Market Fair in Princeton. And then you can go further out to Skillman, New Jersey, Freehold, New Jersey. But it looks like there, Sewell, Bensalem, Princeton, and Plymouth Meeting are the lucky ones to be showing that in theaters currently.
Nice. If Larry and I go to it, I'll DM you guys and I'll put it out on social media if we want to watch it together.
Love it.
It looks awesome, right? It looks really good.
It really does.
You want a little? You ready for a little magic?
I am.
A little kitchen magic. I do. I love kitchen magic. We're trying to investigate because Tony and Miss Robin in Florida, they want to know if kitchen magic. Maybe if they put them up in Casa Bruno, maybe they could come out there. But seriously, they're wonderful. They're that good. They're wonderful. So make the magic happen. Kitchen magic. And here's the thing: they're family owned, family operated for 40 plus years I think 45 years, making your dream kitchen come true. 60,000 homeowners. That's how many homes they've been invited into to do the redo and bring a little magic. Kitchen Magic's experts, and they really do have experts. They're the best. They're going to guide you every single step of the way, from the free in-home design consultation to that top-notch installation, and the installation matters. So whether it's refacing completely with or if you need new cabinets, and that's the difference. Do you want them refaced or do you want the brand new cabinets? They really do it all. Or do you want just the complete makeover? That's the question. Your kitchen transformation is covered with high-quality American-made products. Your new kitchen is going to be functional and enduring as it is beautiful. Right now, enjoy an awesome 40% off installation. KitchenMagic.com is where you go. KitchenMagic.com, 40% off the cost of installation. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on Unlimited Welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pennsylvania remains front and center. So much news developing as we do celebrate the return home of our American astronauts. They're recovering, so hopefully soon they will join President Trump in the Oval Office. We heard that from President Trump saying, well, they have to get better. I know somebody else who was wishing them well and congratulating the NASA crew rescued by SpaceX returning to Earth yesterday was our own Congressman Ryan McKenzie of Pennsylvania. And we've been following his journey from the campaign trail now to serving in Congress. Mr. McKenzie becomes Congressman McKenzie. New baby, the wife. I don't know if there's a dog, but they're, going back and forth, commuting back and forth. And I love the story of watching somebody who serves Pennsylvania, then runs for Congress, wins in this battleground state of Pennsylvania during a huge historic election. So it's fun to follow your pathway.
Did we get a third row in the SUV yet?
Yes.
Or have we bought a minivan?
Yes, that's good. That's a good one, Dan. Congressman Ryan McKenzie, thanks for being here this morning.
Dawn, it is great to be back, and I need to let you know that there is a rescue dog named Ruckus, and he lives up to his name. So, yeah, there are 4 of us in that car, and it was pointed out that we need a third row in the SUV, and that is correct. 'Cause I have a small SUV, no longer fully accommodates all of us, so we might have to get an upgrade here at some point.
Oh, my gosh. The ruckus, what kind of rescue dog is he?
He's a hound dog. We rescued him from down in Georgia, and we love the guy. He's awesome. And we playfully, a ruckus. But the name fits. It's good.
Is this like a once-a-week thing that you're loading everything into the car and, like, going back and forth?
You got it. That is the general schedule. You load up on Sundays, head down, and then we're in session typically until Thursday. And so then you come back home for events in the district, and then you turn right back around and do it again. But, the key is 2 things that you have to plan around, not only rush hour traffic, you have to avoid that, but then also baby nap time. If you can make sure that the baby's sleeping, that ride's a whole lot easier.
I love it. We have to, we need a film crew.
Things you think about.
GoPros in the SUV. We could probably get a huge SUV sponsored and just do like a whole documentary. It might be kind of fascinating.
Is Ryan open to a reality show? I don't know.
Yeah, right. I mean, I have to tell you, Don, if you do it correctly, though, the music's off in the car. It's super quiet. The baby's sleeping. Like, there's not much of a show there if you do it correctly.
Yes.
But
I hear it. So I always look at your social media and say, what are you working on? You had one post that you were talking about the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. Why are you talking about them, and what are you working on right now as we think about, getting to work, being positive, and really it's a proof of performance. So when we think about that, what are you talking about here with IPVM, which is the Bethlehem based security analysis company that you were talking about? But can you take us through why you're putting that out on social media, Congressman?
Absolutely. So as a member of Foreign Affairs and Homeland Security, 2 committees where we talk about the safety and security of America's interests around the world, it is very clear that China and the CCP are one of our biggest threats. And internationally, it's far and away the country that has the most activity and level of involvement against our interests. And so what we saw here was a case where a Lehigh Valley company that actually they're akin to a Consumer Reports, but they highlight in this instance the deficiencies of cybersecurity with Chinese-made products. And they have it on their website where you can go, and some of these Chinese video cameras that people put around their homes and sometimes even, unfortunately, in their homes, they can have extreme vulnerabilities that not only the public can access those cameras from the internet, but the CCP can certainly access as well. And then if those cameras are put in any kind of sensitive location, they can be using a backdoor to get in and see that information or see what's going on at that location. So a critical vulnerability that they exposed, and they brought about this transparency. The CCP did not like that level of accountability and transparency that was being shined on them. And so they actually sanctioned the company and the people who work there, again, a business right here in the Lehigh Valley, to try to shut them down, control that flow of information to their people, certainly, but also around the world. And so we think it's just very important that as we are going about looking at our threats and challenges from adversaries and countries that want to do us harm, that we be very clear-eyed about the threats that we face. And sometimes it's going to require diplomatic or, economic challenges. In this instance, this is an information challenge. Again, they're trying to shut down the free flow of information about their nefarious activities. So we wanted to highlight what was going on here and make sure that people around the world are aware of what kind of activities they're involved in.
And that's just it. I think that we sometimes as Americans, we get distracted by maybe the Hollywood stories or the more salacious stories, or even some JFK files, that we're talking about that's kind of in some ways old news. But this is something that I don't think, Congressman, Representative Brian McKenzie, I don't think this is making as big news as it should. And that is this, it's really an escalation, if you will. I mean, this is a situation where China pushes back on a company that you're talking about that you visited, where they're not only pushing back on them, but it's because they're being exposed. And I think a lot of people don't realize that.
And what I would say is this, particularly with the case of China, we have not gotten to the point where there is one major incident or escalation, thankfully. But what you see is that it is a pattern of chipping away at people's rights and trying to infringe on our freedoms and our security here in the United States all over the place. As has been publicly reported, they've gained access to our telecom networks, all of our major telecom networks. In the past, they have taken all of personal data and information from government employees through a personnel hack. They have planted malware in our electricity grid and our electric system. All of those things are, ticking time bombs, so to speak, because at any point they could utilize or try to leverage those things. And they may do it in a sense of all at once, really trying to create some kind of level of chaos here in the United States. So I think we have to be aware of these little instances that are going along the way, because I think they do paint a bigger picture for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Along those lines, just your reaction to some of the headlines this morning. So we're seeing in real time a ton of headlines, but one of them being talking about local colleges being sanctioned. One of the big stories here in Philadelphia, UPenn, and reacting to the situation with the Trump administration pausing the $175 million in funding to UPenn over some of those controversial policies. I always just ask, because that's one of the stories, the headlines, if you have a reaction to that.
Yeah, I think it is long overdue that these universities be held accountable for their actions and what they allow to go on their campuses. Because if they are going to be the recipients of federal funding, they should recognize that the federal government has a say. And in November, the people spoke very loudly, very clearly in electing Donald Trump to crack down on these kind of liberal activities. And the public is with us. I mean, when it comes to transgender athletes in women's sports, that's an 80-20 issue where people agree that that is not right. It's not fair to those girls who are playing those sports. It's not even safe. But yet you have these liberal institutions trying to continue this activity. And so, again, there should be consequences. There should be investigations and potentially then ultimately repercussions around their funding. And so I'm glad to see that the administration is actually starting to hold some of these institutions accountable.
When we look at the House of Representatives right now, you are, I imagine by now you've settled in, you're working very long hours and everything going on all at once in your life. And as you focus in on the committees that you're on the job, where do you see yourself as far as your skill set? Which committees and I know they're all important and you're on some huge committees, but can you talk about that from an insider's view? In other words, not the politics of it, but what you feel personally that you, as 7th District Congressman, serving Pennsylvania, but serving the country as well, your focus, your mindset, as you say, this is where I can make a difference in America, and not to be corny or hokey, but where you're honing in here, Congressman, and where your next job lies.
It's a great question, and I always say that I campaigned on, and I'm going to continue to focus on three things, which are improving the economic well-being for working families and everybody. Second is securing our southern border, and third is ending the chaos around the world. My committee assignments allow me to do that. We're going to be working on border security as a part of reconciliation. We're working with the Trump administration as they carry out our foreign policy to try to end some of this chaos. But what I can personally do and focus on, and I think it's really important, you do have to focus because there are so many issues that go on at the federal government level. But my background and experience is in workforce and workforce development, workforce protections. And so grateful that our leadership has appointed me as the subcommittee chairman under the Education and Workforce Committee as the subcommittee chair for workforce protections. And so that relates to things like workers' compensation, FMLA and leave time, wage and hour issues, E-Verify even. And so as a state representative, I had two issues that I was passionate about and I get to continue to work on in this space. One is trying to encourage businesses to expand paid maternity leave. And the reason for that is because if we want people in our workforce, especially women, we need to find ways to make sure that they can have children, do that successfully, and then ultimately, if they choose, go back to work. And so that is something that is very difficult in today's economic climate, even for two working family and two income households. So we need to try to figure out ways to encourage businesses to further offer that. And I have legislation that would expand a tax credit if they're offering paid maternity leave so that the business gets, some kind of repayment for allowing somebody to be out on paid maternity leave. The second issue that I'm going to continue to work on is cracking down on the use of illegal labor. And we have seen the detriment that that's had for employees all across our country, where they're competing against illegal immigrants and substandard wages. And so we need to crack down on that behavior. I passed legislation on that front as well at the state level. But both of these legislative agenda items are state and federal issues. So that's where having that experience at the state level, I can make an immediate impact as the subcommittee chair on those issues. And that's what I'm going to be focused on, trying to help workers and working families all across Pennsylvania and the country make sure that they have a better economic outlook ahead of them.
Yeah, I mean, you relate to it because you and your wife, your wife just had the baby, and so you relate to that, of course. I will say this, and actually Dan Borowski and I had a debate about this because on one hand, it's fantastic that, you have more people who can get the maternity leave. I always say, hey, wait a minute, not for nothing, but, I had these big baby boys. They were 9-pounders. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm like, maybe we should add for women, I don't know, something more of a tax credit because you actually gave birth. It's a physical thing. Nothing against the guys, to have time to help out with the baby, but it is different.
Absolutely. There's no doubt. And again, we need to make sure that we're supporting women who want to be in the workforce in and around the time that they're having children. And we want to make sure that that option is theirs for the choosing. And so right now, I know lots of folks who them and their families have opted that the mother who has the child isn't going to go back to work because they either don't have that maternity leave, or once they do have their child, the cost of child care is so prohibitive that they say, hey, why would I work 40 hours a week, be away from my child for some small amount of marginal take-home pay after I deduct my cost of child care. So these are the challenges that people are facing and families are facing today, but we want people to, if they choose, to be able to grow their family and have more children. But at the same time, the reality of today is that so many families are two-income households. And if you don't have that, it really makes things hard to meet at the end of the day. So we're just trying to make sure that we can bring that affordability back to raising a family. And so, again, I have legislation to expand the tax credit so that businesses are offering that paid leave, and also a tax credit incentive program for offsetting the cost of child care. I'm not saying it's going to be the be-all, end-all solution here, but I think it would go a long way in helping people with the affordability problem of raising children.
Yeah, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, you're always gracious with your time. We love checking in on you. So thank you so much to you, to your family, to your rescue dog, Ruckus. We want to see more pictures of Ruckus. I'm just saying.
We'll make sure to get some up. He's a fan favorite, so we'll make sure to get some more up.
Congressman, thank you so much.
Thanks, Don. Always great to be here.
Oh, absolutely. You're a favorite for sure. Ryan McKenzie. Really a common sense. I should put that out there just because he's such a common sense congressman. But as well, I will say, what are your opinions? Because this is controversial, I think, for a lot of companies, small businesses. If you think about all the family leave, men and women getting it, it's really tough. The smaller the business, the tougher it is to. It sounds like a great benefit until it's your business. Or if you're the one picking up the slack for your coworker.
Look, it's fantastic because you see what women have to go through. You were speaking about what you had to go through with your boys, and there is physical changes that women go through, and they have to physically recover from. I mean, if you have a C-section, it's like was it you that said it's almost like getting a kidney removed? It's
so I didn't have that.
Yeah, but it's recovering from an operation. So You know, a lot of businesses are doing 90 days now, and what you're alluding to is, as we've seen this hyper-progressive takeover of gender equality, we've seen a lot of, men should get the same amount of leave as women, and women sometimes getting up to 3 months. Should men get 3 months as well? I don't know if I can agree with that, Dawn.
Yeah.
It's tough.
That's where I would say, okay, a couple of things. I would say this, that if people have like a family leave, then would it be a tax credit, an option that somebody could take? But what if somebody does not take the family leave? Then do you know what I'm saying? So you could choose, do you want sick days? Do you want vacation days? Do you want, or do you want to just take time unpaid and get I don't know what the answer is. I think there's a big difference between a medical need and an actual physical medical situation and a family leave. But then I think of our dear friend Rich Cioli. They've some kids who were adopted, right? And then some kids who were, as I say, the freebies kids, that were organic, that you organically get. You don't have to pay a fortune for all the adoption fees and stuff. So there's that. How do you go through all of that and make sure that everybody is, has what they deserve? I don't know. It gets a little complicated in the weeds there, but I'm just saying there's a difference between physically needing to recover from something and then having the baby and supporting families and supporting fathers. I don't want to leave out dads because dads are important.
I think it's
All right.
awesome to see conservatives embracing this topic.
Yeah, it's true. Remember who started it was Ivanka. This was Ivanka's baby, if you will.
Yeah.
Remember? 855-839-1210. Your thoughts. Be right back.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. At Natural Lawn, they believe in growing greener, healthier lawns without the harsh chemicals. They use environmentally friendly products to keep your lawn lush and green while protecting the safety of your family and pets. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally season after season. Join the growing number of homeowners switching to Natural Lawn's safer services and start enjoying a beautiful, eco-friendly lawn you can be proud of. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program today and get free seeding every year. If you want a greener, healthier lawn plus free seeding, call Natural Lawn at 800-FREE-SEED. That's 800-FREE-SEED. Your lawn deserves the best, so call the best. Choose Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-222-9599. 800-222-9599. Again, that's 800-222-9599.
Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, so keeping up with the times, especially post-pandemic, I have a lot of thoughts on this. What sparked this was the conversation with Congressman McKenzie, as he's somebody who's in real time. He's living this. He has his wife just had the baby. They're going back and forth. He's in the new job. And so as well, then how do you protect businesses financially, but how do you, really promote families? And this goes to, families, they want to have a baby. We have, we don't have a baby boom right now. We have a population issue with the latest census showing that we have a real problem with procreation. Nobody's having kids. And so we have this population decline. So we need to ramp up and reward those who are repopulating the planet. Dun, 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 the drama. So let's get to some of your calls. 855-839-1210. Welcoming in John in Cape May. What do you think, John?
Well, I want to know what happens to the person who doesn't have children, or where's their compensation for always being at work and not taking off 3 months? Mm-hmm. Or like myself and my wife, we've already had our children. We have grandchildren now and all this. Where's my wife who's been working 30 years for the same company? So the woman that works next to her comes in. She's been there a year. She decides to have a baby. She's off 3 months. Her husband's off 3 months. Yeah. I don't think that's fair. It's almost like it's a life of choices. Mm-hmm. I'm not telling anybody what to do or what not to do, but it's a life of choices. If you want to have a family, then you should prepare in that way to know that somebody's going to stay home because financially that's what needs to be done. Because like someone said, I guess, that you almost make, the second person might only make what you would pay in a daycare situation.
Yeah.
I don't know. My parents worked opposite shifts and raised their kids.
Yep.
4 kids. It's amazing how families were made with 7, 8 kids, because sometimes you have a built-in babysitter. When the first child is 10 years old or 12 years old, they're able to watch an infant for a while. But now you can't even let a 10-year-old walk down the street without the parents being called because they're being neglected to their child because he walked 2 blocks away from his house.
Yeah.
It's true.
Like millennial me is over here though, is
okay.
cringing at this though, because I'm thinking to myself, your point makes total sense, but the reality of the economy we're living in is you can't have a single income household anymore. You got to have both parents working, and sadly, women can't stay out of the workforce to do that kind of thing and help raise children like that.
Absolutely agree with you. So maybe instead of tax credits, give the husband, not to be a sexist, but maybe give the one person who's working a raise where they can, instead of these tax incentives and tax credits, because now you're taking money from other people that had nothing to do with the choices you made. I'm just saying you're making choices. You should, own up to them.
I like the idea of it being non-gender too. Because
I
be a
will
stay-at-home dad in this case.
I mean, but I will say this. Okay, a couple of things. Let me just go through. So when, so think about back in the day, dads would be out in the waiting room, give out the cigar. Most dads up until fairly recently, and I guess I'm being sexist, but the person who did not have, a 9-pound baby come out of their body, right, is the one who, you generally speaking, the next day, or maybe they'd take one day off and they would go back to work. So in this case nowadays, the law we do have under Trump, this was under the first Trump administration, that was Ivanka. If you remember, they pushed for that. And so now we have the celebration of fatherhood. So now we have, and I lived through this, John, to your point, where during the it was not just anytime, it was the pandemic. And Rich Scioli and his wife, Bridget, was having a baby. Greg Stocker, his wife, was having a baby. I will say in their cases, because it was the pandemic, it was complicated because of all the government restrictions. They couldn't have, Bridget and Stephanie's mom couldn't come here. It was really a special situation, if you will,
right?
Because you had women who just gave birth, and they're not allowed to hire anybody. There's no daycare. There's no other option. And so in this case, I will tell you, honest to God, Rich and Greg were like, "Oh God, I wish I could say that I had to go into work." It was, you know what I mean?
Well,
so
if I could interject this, that the person who's staying home, I understand that they have to. I get that. But then you have Pete Buttigieg, who him and his partner adopt a child, and each of them take off 6 months, and we're paying their salary because they didn't even have the child.
Physically,
they actually make enough money to have au pair.
Yeah.
But they're gonna. So you get people that abuse the system too.
Yeah.
So it's a slippery slope, and I just think we're at the bottom of this. I don't know, ladder.
Well, and to your point, it's people in the government or big companies. And John, I appreciate it. It takes I trust Ryan McKenzie. I know that they're going through this and they're very thoughtful about it, because there's an aspect of anybody. Let's say you have a colleague who has open heart surgery, okay, and they need time off, or they have they need a kidney donor or something. You know what I mean? Something. Then so at one point I don't want to say, well, that person they smoked or they gained too much weight and that's why they needed XYZ, if we go down that rabbit hole, if you will. So, but I do think it's different to recognize somebody who has had something physical, like having a baby, having a C-section, it's technically like an operation. That's a physical situation that's different from whether you're a caretaker. And so to me, family leave is important, whether you are caring for a spouse or a parent or a child who's had something debilitating or life-threatening. That family care leave, what is that? That's not that you personally went through a surgery. So I think they need to separate that out. That's all I'm trying to say with that. And then with a company, imagine what if you're in a small company and you have not many workers and you have to shoulder. What are you going to do? Hire more people?
Well, that's a great. I would love to hear from business owners, because we have so many small business owners that listen to this station. What are their thoughts on this type of leave? How do you deal with it?
How do you deal with
all of that? Do you bring in temps to fill the time, or do you have your other employees stretch?
Yes. So for me, I definitely, I love my job. I love work. And so it didn't bother me to support coworkers who I love and adore.
Yeah.
But what if I did not know them? Would I have resented them? Because there was the way that they did it, they needed one of the hosts to be here in house. That was how it was for us. And so it was, I forget, it was, for a while it was Anthony. I forget, there were not many people in this building.
Mm-hmm.
And
it was
so
me,
we were
Dorenzo,
you
Dom.
and
Well, Dom was doing Dom sometimes, but
and
he's
Dom
here a lot of times.
but they didn't have enough equipment to go around.
Yeah.
But if you don't know all your coworkers, if you don't love them and support them, do you know what I'm saying? It can actually create a toxic workplace, dare I say. I will say this, it's against the law if you are out on maternity leave, even if you're taking the minimum amount of time, it's against the law for you to call in and do work from home.
Which is stupid.
Yep.
In today's environment, when
yep.
there's so much you can do, sitting. Yeah.
You should be allowed, and even if it's under the radar with your direct supervisor, you know what I mean?
Yep.
They need to make that a little gray.
And I'd love to hear from men too, because if you're faced with one of these types of situations where you're able to take this amount of leave, the same as the female, do you feel yourself that you can't take? Yeah, that you're guilty, that you're putting your coworkers out. Where do you stand on that?
Yeah, I love it because I think it all matters. It's all important. So especially if you're a business owner, we'll get to your other calls too. And I know some of you wanted to sound off. Man, I don't know. We opened up the spigot on talking about Hannity, but now I'm really self-critical of my interviewing. See,
all the questions were perfect. Like they were.
I know, right? I'm like,
yeah.
Don't talk to. I get my buddy voice in there, but like, don't talk too long. All right, you know what we got to talk about? Speaking of local businesses, maybe mom and pop type businesses. That's really my guys at Marvin E. Cans that they started out, and this is, I'm so proud to say. If you look up Marvin E. Cans, how they were founded initially, this is a World War II veteran and hero. And so you'll meet Jonathan Cans. He'll be coming by Friday, and we'll talk more about his pride in, being a family that supports, our military veterans. They're military veteran founded, also third generation owned and operated. And why is that important? I'll tell you why. If you've had this experience nowadays, no matter who you hire, no matter who is your local company that you rely on for any service, but especially HVAC, go ahead and look up their company in the last 6 months or year or so when they were hiring and make sure, because oftentimes it says hiring techs, commissions earned. What does that mean? They're not a true tech. They're not there just to fix stuff. That their income is supplemented by the fact that they're basically a salesperson. Did you know that? And so that's important that we educate one another on these service companies that rely heavily on sales commission. So when you rely on somebody, when you go and you say, well, they said I need a new fill in the blank. Well, maybe they're not a true technician who wants to just fix stuff, right? Because they're relying on sales commissions to enhance their salary. And that's one of the many reasons that I chose Marvin E. Cans. They're a great local company. They're great guys. They've come in. They've done fantastic work in my home since last year, for sure. And I'm really appreciative of them. Also, they do all the background checks. That's important, too. And these are highly trained technicians. And then look at how long everybody's worked for the company. That's important, too. Hey, maybe you live in an older suburban home. I want you to consider this. A ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. So Mitsubishi Electric is a terrific solution for a home that lacks the ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. I want you to contact my guys, Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning, MarvinEKanze.com, MarvinEKans.com. Tell them Dolan sent you.
A pleasant day is shaping up across the Delaware Valley. High temperatures a good 15 degrees above average. Sunshine with some high clouds through the afternoon, high up around 70, cooler along the coast. Tonight, some fog and drizzle possible, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 46. And for Thursday, becoming mostly cloudy with some showers late in the afternoon, high 68.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
To inside and out.
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey everybody, Chris Coonahan for Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection company with over 1 million satisfied homeowners. I'm here to answer all of your home maintenance questions. I have Mary from Des Moines on the line. How can I help, Mary?
You're wrong. You'll see. $100.
Mary, you there?
Hey, Chris, sorry. I'm calling to settle a bet with my husband. Okay, so is it better to deal with a clogged gutter now or wait until the weather's better?
Mary, the time is now. The longer you wait, the more damage you can have. Your husband may have lost this bet, but repairing your gutters can save your family thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your home.
But how much will it cost to get our gutters inspected?
Well, husband of Mary, leaf filter inspection and estimates are always free for new customers. And right now, if you go to leaffilter.com/gutter, you can get an additional 30% off.
I think I won here.
We both did. What's that site, Chris?
That's leaffilter.com/gutter. Visit today to schedule your free gutter inspection.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
We'll get to some of your calls and as well why President Trump is headed here locally. That should be fun this weekend. Dan found this great site, chatwithjfkfiles.com. And so it's we put in the commercial break what was Cuba's role in the JFK assassination. They point, it's AI obviously generated, but it says that Castro employed individuals dispatched to the U.S. for the purpose of assassinating President Kennedy, maybe as retaliation for plots against Castro. There's a lot in there about Cuba. You think of the Bay of Pigs. You think of all of that. So it says, then it says, would you like to explore specifics about the Cuban exile groups or further details on CIA involvement?
Fascinating website. Yeah, chatwithjfkfiles.com. And someone took all those files, threw them into some kind of AI, and now allows you to ask direct questions and receive answers with references to the documents.
So the difference, I think, you have, 80,000 pages. It's laborious to go through all of this. And so now you see these declassified documents, even though, are a lot of them, maybe some of them are repetitious, but at this point, they're not redacted anymore. But 80,000 files, that's significant. But when I looked at it last night and then into this morning, if you look at it, there are more than 2,000 files, because I always go to the original source. I'm not getting my news from Twitter or Grabian or like whatever. I'm going directly to the source that's releasing the docs, but it's cumbersome because you have to go through some of the pages, it's one page. But so then you have 2,000+ different, file dumps. So somebody took the time, put all of this through. And so this is...
Guy by the name of Jamie Voynal, to give him credit.
What?
He was the one that built this open source kind of JFK
Very
search
cool.
engine, essentially.
So obviously they were investigating, the CIA was investigating, was this the work of the communists? Was this the work of, Castro, etc.? But there's no smoking gun here. It's just fun to look through. It really is. 855-839-1210. Let's get to some of your calls. Who do we want to go to? You want to go?
Lenny.
Lenny. Hey, Lenny.
Hey, Dawn. Hi, Dan. How are you today?
We're good.
Doing great.
Good. I have an observation yesterday I thought was ironic. We had those the splashdown of the astronauts being brought back to Earth, and I went through every channel, 3, 6, 10, CNN, MSNBC. Nobody covered it, but we covered Brandon Graham's ceremony of retirement. That was more important on the
Don't
national
you dare
TV
sully
channel.
Brandon Graham's name like that, Lenny. Come on.
Well, come on, man. He played football. He's retiring. I get it. They all cry. They thank their mom. They thank God. They gave it their all. They're going to miss it. I get it already. But, we're talking about 2 people up in space for 9 months. That's not a big deal.
Yeah.
Good point.
We watched it on NASA TV. So a couple of different thoughts. One is, so none of the local, that is weird because it hit at 6 p.m.
5:57, right on the nose.
Right on the nose.
Yeah.
So why didn't local news stations take it? I know Fox, I believe, took it. I can't say what other networks. So do they rely on their network station in this day and age? Do they know that NASA TV is streaming and that you're going to go there? Or why not do this? Why not do this? Why not put it on some kind of a split screen at least to recognize, you know what I mean? Like a smaller screen.
That's why I
screen.
listen to your station. You always have an answer, a good answer. Yeah.
But they chose not to do it because, of course.
Yeah, you know why they chose not to do it. Yeah.
Lenny, you're
exactly.
right. And that's just it. It's a sin. It's a shame.
And you know what's really sad about? No, I shouldn't say sad. I hope they keep doing what they're doing because obviously Chuck Schumer, the media, they just still don't get it. They really, literally do not get it. You got the astronaut that's now a senator. He trades in his electric car, which was the big push for everything, to get a gas-guzzling Tahoe. Boy, so I guess this climate change is over too?
Yeah. Hey, good news. Climate change is cured. Everything's
wow.
Right?
Yeah, hey, no more windmills.
Woohoo. I know.
Woohoo.
Thank God for that. No turbines. Thanks, Lenny. Really appreciate you. Yeah, it's it's so funny. Dan was playing this on the YouTube feed and just showing the parachute come down as the SpaceX Dragon makes its way down. The 4 parachutes carrying the capsule so carefully, don't they kind of, as you watch that, they remind me of a jellyfish underwater with the way that, I don't know, the parachute kind of unfurls and looks like a jellyfish kind of.
It looks fake.
It does look fake.
It looks fake.
Maisie said.
I hate to say it looks like something you'd see in a video game.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
And then you see those dolphins, and they're like, "Oh, what's going on? There's a big splash."
I should be very clear that I'm not claiming it's fake. It's so surreal. It looks like AI would be the only thing that could generate something like this. It's crazy.
Yeah, Rebecca Hines, you agreed. I think Kimmy agreed. So we'll get. What about, is Joan in Bucks County? Is she still there? Or did we lose
No,
Joan?
Joni dropped off.
Sorry, Joni.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Joni. I think Joan's comment was, we're just talking about Hannity, that he'll go on for minutes on end and giving all kinds of personal stuff, asking the question, and then like Elon Musk is not going to do a long answer. So
we ironically went on too long, and she dropped off.
I know. See, I proved my point. Sorry, Joni. But we did have other callers and audio and whatnot. But yeah, I did a Hannity. We'll have to call it a Hannity.
Yeah, make it a verb. Make it a verb.
Make it be Hannity. Be Sean.
Some big breaking news too before we go. Witkoff spoke, Dawn.
He's so good.
And he actually had a lot to say about that call between Putin and Trump. Just some audio real quick before you hit the break. Take a listen.
Could you set the stage for us, sir? How different was this call?
I thought the call was epic. Jonathan, I thought it was epic, transformational. Those are the sorts of adjectives that I use about this call. The president and President Trump and President Putin were in sync with one another. The call was outcome-oriented. They were talking about how to save lives, how to stop the carnage, and for me, I was proud to be an American sitting there listening to it.
He is excellent, and he is incredible as he is around the world at these negotiation tables. Really does not want the focus on himself, but obviously very skilled. And I love the fact that Trump has this team that he can trust. Steve Witkoff helping to get the job done, and that has to do with he's the Middle East envoy, right, between the talks with Russia and Ukraine and Russia and Trump. We'll continue on, 855-839-1210. Why is the president coming here to our area this weekend? Other breaking news that I'll update you on. We'll be right back.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is this Friday, March 21st. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day this Friday on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hoped it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned. That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
See Joe Conklin in the City Rhythm Orchestra at the Keswick Theater April 5th. Proceeds support the Abington Police Foundation and St. Luke's School. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Window Nation stands with WPHT's Radiothon in support of our veterans. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Make a difference. Support the Travis Manion Foundation and invest in your home with Window Nation.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Yeah, it's exciting. Donald Trump is expected to be in Philadelphia this weekend for the NCAA Men's Wrestling Championships.
Oh.
I know. You want to talk about John Cena.
Not WWE?
No.
Linda McMahon's not bringing him up here to Philadelphia to come see a show?
No.
Oh.
Can you imagine you're a Penn State wrestler and a parent, proud parent, whatever, and you're, I don't know, you're up there, you're, wrestling for your college. You look over and it's like, there's a president of the United States of America. That's kind of cool.
Who do you think's, the one goading him into this?
I just wonder if Barron is a fan. Because Barron Trump, will Melania be here? I don't know, but I wonder if Barron will be there.
I would say it's a good bet Melania's not going to be at an amateur wrestling.
You never know. Donald and I like to wrestle sometimes.
Oh.
No.
Hey, Melania.
But it's, think about maybe he wants to cheer on the NCAA since he feels they did the right thing to honor women in sports and protect women in sports. But we know that that's the latest, I guess, from Outkick founder Clay Travis, who will be making the trip to Philadelphia with the president or joining the president.
How does that happen?
For college wrestling.
Does Clay Travis just send an invite and say, or do you think this comes from Trump first and Clay?
I don't know. Yeah, that's a good
it?
question. Wells Fargo Center, home of obviously the Sixers and the Wings.
Wow, don't be any more excited to
talk
about the Sixers, Don.
I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know. They're
embarrassing. Paul
I
George
try to mumble a little bit with the. I know. But I think part of it is that Trump wants to. Well, first of all, he does love us and in Pennsylvania, but I think as well, he wants to cheer. He wants to cheer on the NCAA for doing the right thing, changing its policy.
Makes sense.
I think that's part of it.
I have to clean up an explosion, Dawn.
An explosion in aisle 1?
Explosion in aisle 1 because...
What happened?
I understand why you had to whisper the Sixers now because Dom's head has exploded. Yeah, the fact that...
Will Dom be there? I know Senator McCormick will be there.
Are you going to the wrestling competition, Dom? Hanging out with Don Trump?
Were you a wrestler?
No.
Dom, you weren't an amateur wrestler? I thought you were.
I did have kids in class spitting in cups because they were cutting weight when I was teaching. I mean, it's amazing what they do to try to get under it. So, yeah. Dawn, we have Bill O'Reilly, Who Better, talking Killing Kennedy, the book, and what he thinks so far. And also, I think we're going to see more attacks on Elon Musk because the Democratic polling says he's unsympathetic. That's who you go after. How long can they do that, though, before he becomes sympathetic?
Wow. I don't know. It's how somebody said that cancer is more popular than the Democrat Party. It's just like, ouch.
That's true.
Which is shocking. Dom Giordano, we can't wait to hear more from Dom Giordano and as well with Bill O'Reilly. Dom Show is up next.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet, so make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com and get ready for the workday.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
Okay, it is Dom time. Bill O'Reilly coming to us early today. Probably, in my view, my favorite of all the killing books, the best-selling author ever in nonfiction, arguably. Do you have a favorite killing book? Just the idea of the series. Lincoln was the first. I didn't go back and look. I think Kennedy was the second, and I think Killing Jesus was the third. The most controversial, Killing Reagan, talking about how diminished Reagan was after he was shot, got Bill O'Reilly into a tete-a-tete with George Will. Oh, my goodness. So he'll be here. We'll get his sense of all the research he did into this and the findings, what's out there. Minimal. Who knows? The day is young, though, even for Twitter. One more CIA guy who did die shortly thereafter that seems to point to, look, we didn't know then, Camelot, how hated the Kennedys were in some circles, the mob, the CIA, of course, Castro, maybe others. I mean, those are the usual suspects. Or is it just Lee Harvey Oswald? By some random number of things got that opportunity. I've been to that museum. If you're in Dallas, I tell you, it's a great museum. You stand right there, plexiglass, the chair's there, everything is there, where he shot from, and I think you see the vantage point he had. But I think the big story out there, and it's, well, first of all, Paula Scanlon, who was a swimmer on the Leah Thomas team, will be with us at 2 o'clock today to give you some insight. The Trump administration has frozen $175 million of University of Penn funds over trans women, what they did with Leah Thomas. Now we're talking, keep going after the money, take every single dollar, have guys come up and take the silverware out of there. That's what you need to be doing with them. Let's see how Penn responds when we start talking about real money, $175 million. But if there's more, take it all. What they did with Leah Thomas was both so public, so wrong, so out of control, it's hard to believe. And the threats toward women like Paula Scanlon, you go public, it's all over for you. You'll never work again. We've heard that again and again. So $175 million. But on the Tesla front, it's reached levels now. We'll play you a little bit of Elon Musk on Hannity last night. There's a Doge Tesla website, which purports, I'm not going to give the website. It purports to, you go there, they're giving the personal information, all that they can find of every Tesla owner, allegedly, calling upon people to say the only way you get it removed from this website is if you renounce Tesla, you get rid of the car. This is what it's coming to here. Now, one of the reasons they're doing it, the polling. Yesterday, I told you this new breakdown of the 2024 election is amazing. And I'll give it details throughout the show. It says that if Democrats had turned, you know how they constantly at rallies say, if we turn out, if we vote, we win. No, you don't. This is a Democrat analyzing this and saying that Trump had gotten into these demographic groups amazingly and was beating Democrats. And if more people had turned out, he could have won by up to 5 points in the popular vote. A Republican doing that in this day and age, that's shocking. Some of it's the magic of Trump, but some of it is also just how wretched of a candidate Kamala Harris was and the whole party is. So in other words, these are Democrat analysts saying, look at yourself. It's not about turning people out. It's not about your message. It's your policies. It's your persona. It's what you've done to the working class in general that Trump has swooped in and picked them up. So what does the pollster, though, the guy who wrote this, say? Where seem to be the cracks? For a while, it was X. Now they're saying, though, what keeps bubbling up is the hatred of Elon Musk. That Elon Musk, his persona, is vulnerable to go after this guy enough. And you're seeing they're getting a lot of energy, a lot of crazies, a lot of people like the guy who blew up the Teslas, Molotov cocktails, bullet holes in Vegas. We got to see that guy. They got to drag him through the streets, full on 20, 30, 40 years in jail. The danger that could have been caused by this. I mentioned to you this Doge website, which gives the names, addresses, all the personal information they can find of people that they say are Tesla owners. And I think we're going to start to see people that have a Tesla, sell it, move on, because they don't want to deal with these crazies. So what is the remedy? Well, the remedy, I'm not sure how Pam Bondi and others are calling it domestic terrorism. That's good. I think you need to appoint people, FBI, Department of Justice. They sit on the Doge Tesla desk, and they're going to go all out as quickly as possible to round this up. And I believe it is a conspiracy in some broad sense here of these various groups that are egging this on, that are behind this. They have to. That's the real thing to go after. If you can nail some of these people. Now, they're going to say, hey, can't we have an opinion that's anti-Elon Musk? Sure. We're talking about stuff way beyond that. We're talking to people justifying vandalism, firebombing, attacks, skiing cars, etc. I'd start with this website. How do these people have this information, the personal information of Tesla owners? And how are they disseminating this? And what kind of threats are they provoking? Are they breaking any laws? So you really have to dedicate. I don't think you're going to make Elon Musk, this polling says he's unsympathetic. I don't think no matter what they do to him, the media is going to be complicit in the subtext of saying, well, he deserves it. You can't make this guy sympathetic. Now, look at Elon Musk's day yesterday. We had the rocket. We had them splash down, dolphins even around there. And in the Gulf of America, if you remember, not Gulf of Mexico. We had that being done, and Musk talking about the idea he would have done this sooner. So here's a guy, and I was playing this for Ro before I came in today. She come on, you're making it up. You're just looking for something.
Wait,
here.
did you sit her down and I got
yeah,
for you?
she was ready to go get her hair done, but here it is.
Wait a sec, I got to show you this clip.
Yeah, exactly. She's a test audience. Here is an MSNBC guest, and they're letting him go on. This is cut 15. Say that what happened here with the astronauts is they're nerds, astronaut nerds. So they love being up there. He actually says in this clip, if you were being told you're going to Hawaii for a vacation for a week and suddenly they said, no, make that 8 months, you'd be happy. They weren't unhappy. Cut 15. Yeah. Let's hear this guy.
To that a little bit. There was the idea that the astronauts were stranded up there. If you're an astronaut, right, this is what you live for. You pray to be able to be chosen for a mission and going up into space. And there was the problem with the space liner, with the Boeing, but they could have at any time, NASA could have done something to try and retrieve them, and they didn't need to, right? Because there's a cycle of, there were already two astronauts up there that had come up on this capsule. That capsule was still attached to the mission, and NASA decided it would be better just for the normal logistics to leave them up there for longer. And as the astronauts themselves said, it's like they loved being up there. So, it's like if you're
a woman with the hair. I love it. Look at my hair.
It's like being sent to Hawaii for a 1 week vacation and finding out, no, actually you're going to be able to spend, 8 months here or 10 months there. So this idea of them being stranded, I really felt was kind of the politics getting involved. And, NASA has contingency plans. NASA has, NASA understands what it takes and what the problems are. And so the decision to, leave them up there was not one of desperation, but was one of scheduling and logistics, which is very hard when it comes to space.
Get this maniac! What a great
in many
guess.
ways, this was very routine. Getting them down was not something special. This capsule was always up there waiting to bring the two astronauts who'd been there already and were scheduled to come down. But this one had 4 seats. That was part of the plan, so they could get them all down.
And the MSNBC host, wherever they were there, goes, great analysis. So why are we praising Elon Musk? Give us a break here. They were on vacation. They don't care that Elon Musk sent people up there. They were just faking that. All right, so how does this end? I don't see, given the media, given the stranglehold on this, given what they'll push forward about Musk, making this into something sympathetic. I think the only thing that does it is all out. And the all out means not just individual acts, but the conspiracy that's involved in here. Are people violating laws, egging this on in some way, shape, or form in a relatively organized manner, or semi-organized? It's amazing, the attack on this. And the media should be saying to people, you may not like Musk, but you know what? This is domestic terrorism. All right, I'm going to ask that of Bill O'Reilly, who's next. His book, I think it sold 1 million copies, Killing Kennedy, with all that was released yesterday. We'll dive into that and a bunch of other stuff here on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my happy place, the Oceanfront Grand Hotel in Cape May, New Jersey. Yes, we're coming back for our live shows this year, but wow, they have so many amazing events and promotions happening right now. It's never too early to book your Easter Kids Spring Break Getaway, available April 13th through April 24th. Book 2 nights, save 5%. Stay 3 or 4 nights, save 10%. 5 nights or more, save 15% off regular rates. Breakfast is included in all packages. Memorial Day is going to be here before you know it, so book your Memorial Day weekend stay or your summer vacation. Get your dates booked now and get the best rooms. They will sell out. They always do. The Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhouses to accommodate family gatherings of all sizes so you can make memories to last a lifetime. You'll enjoy the indoor and outdoor heated pools, Hemingway's restaurant, the bar on the property, the pool bar, arcade for the kids, and so much more. Book direct today for the best rates. GrandHotelCapeMay.com, GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, big issues, big guests. Of course, the long-awaited drop of most of, as far as I can tell, material that was held back on the Kennedy assassination, build up and aftermath. Bill O'Reilly's been there, done that. Killing Kennedy, one of his best sellers in the Killing series. He's with us here on the Dom Show on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill, thanks for joining us on what has to be a busy day. What are your overall thoughts after writing the book, the historian, the whole thing? This book was very well received. I don't remember duking it out with George Will. It happened on another book. What are you thinking when you saw this drop yesterday?
Well, I'm partially responsible for it, I think. So when I was meeting with President Trump on Monday, he said, "How you doing?" This is the first thing that he said. "How are you?" And I said, "Where are the Kennedy files?" And then 2 hours later, the announcement was made. So our research in killing Kennedy is impeccable. If you really want to know what happened to the president in 1963, that's the book to read. But people believe what they want to believe. And the conspiracy industry in America, not just the JFK assassination, but just the industry itself, makes hundreds of millions of dollars. And people should understand that you can invent a conspiracy about anything. So what we did in our research for killing Kennedy is we got all the primary FBI sources, the investigative stuff from the Dallas police, the hospital stuff, all of that. And we didn't get into any secondary books or articles. We don't do that. So our own research. Now, the release last night, I don't think there's going to be any big headline. It would have been out already because there are researchers poring over this. It's classified information because that's what the government does.
Yes.
If there's a disaster, then anything written about the disaster is immediately classified. And they found 2,000 new things they didn't know they had in the National Archives. Okay. I can't read it all. I've got my people watching. But so far, there isn't anything that would alter what we reported during killing Kennedy, which was that Lee Harvey Oswald killed the president. It was a crime of opportunity. He was mentally imbalanced, and the CIA was watching him. And that pretty much sums up what we gave you, with facts, of course, backing it all up. And I don't think that's going to change.
No, I don't either, Bill. What's compelling to me, I've always been in that camp. In your book, I tell you this all the time, but when I really know something about something and I find new stuff, that's the beauty for me of what you do. Kennedy not being able to move, the bad back, and you talk extensively in the book about him being strapped in due to that back pain, et cetera, in the vehicle, and that was a reason why even initially he couldn't move.
Yeah, I mean, ballistics were pretty strange. I would have to say that. And that opens the door for conspiracies. So the magic bullet, and it goes through this, it goes through that. It hits Connolly, the governor of Texas, all of that. But when you go down to what they found inside the car and the wounds, there really wasn't anybody coming out and saying there was a second gunman. There were more bullets. And if you want to believe that conspiracy, literally hundreds of people would have to be involved. Hundreds. As
with these conspiracies, that's always the point. You know how hard it is to keep a conspiracy. Bill, have you ever been to the Dallas Kennedy Museum at Dealey Plaza? What's compelling to me, you can stand right there in plexiglass, Oswald's chair, the site. You can actually visualize the line of fire that he had, and it's pretty compelling to me. He had a pretty good angle to shoot at Kennedy.
Well, anybody who says that Lee Harvey Oswald did not pull a trigger is either a fool or a liar, and you should walk away.
Right.
But that hasn't really been lately front and center. The real story is, how did the CIA lose track of Oswald? So here you have a guy who's in the Marines, and he's one of the best sharpshooters, snipers the Marine Corps has. He gets out, he defects to the Soviet Union. Nobody defects to the Soviet Union. Nobody. He plants himself there. He learns a little bit of the language. He marries a woman named Marina. Then he moved back to the United States. Okay? He's a volatile guy. He beats up his wife. Nobody can get along with him. He's a crazy kind of guy. He goes to Mexico City to the Cuban embassy. Right away, the CIA picks him up because they're surveilling the Cuban embassy in Mexico City. And they match him to Lee Harvey Oswald, former Marine, defector of the Soviet Union. So the CIA assigns a minder to him. Remember, Oswald could not get into Cuba. They denied him a visa to go. So he had to come back to Dallas. When he came back, a man named George de Mohrenschildt, a college teacher at Bishop College, which is an African-American institution, befriends Oswald. De Mohrenschildt is a CIA operative, not an employee, a contractor. De Mohrenschildt has extensive contacts in the Soviet Union, speaks the language, speaks Russian, insinuates himself with both Lee and Marina Oswald, when there was no reason for him to do that. The Oswalds were way below de Mohrenschildt's station. And then de Mohrenschildt reports back to the CIA about Lee Harvey Oswald. In the meantime, Oswald's ordering the Carcano through the mail, gets it. That's the gun that killed Kennedy. all right, by happenstance gets a job in the depository, the book depository in Dealey Plaza, Dallas. He was fired from 3 other jobs. They pay him $1.25 an hour to basically put books in envelopes to ship them out. And then he sees that the Kennedy procession is going to pass into Dealey Plaza. He gets his rifle and he shoots the president, a crime of opportunity. Oswald had shot another man before. And then after, when he was fleeing the scene, he shot Tippett, a Dallas police officer. And you're telling me this guy isn't responsible? Come on. Now, DeMorenshill disappears, and the House Investigations Committee wants to find him, and they do find him in Palm Beach. And I'm there, Dom. I'm in Palm Beach.
Oh, wait a minute. Now the conspiracy thickens. Yeah.
I'm chasing DeMorenshill because I was working at WPHT TV in Dallas.
Okay.
So I'm there because I had contacts in the House investigation arena. And then DeMorenshill blows his brains out with a shotgun before the House investigators can talk to him. So the unanswered question is George DeMorenshill. And that's what I'm looking for, and I don't know if anybody's ever going to find that out. His daughter is still alive. I'm not going to say where she lives. She's in the United States. Doesn't talk.
Bill, this is the granddaddy of all conspiracies. To the point we had at the beginning, this is what triggered it, took us down this path. Do you have a sense that President Trump is going to now? It's got more people talking about the Epstein file. Do you have a sense what's the holdup on that one?
I talked to him about that, and Martin Luther King Jr., which I think is a very important release.
Right.
And he said he would release the King stuff because we have to know who financed James Earl Ray.
Mm-hmm.
There was money behind James Earl Ray. It was running all over Europe. How do you get there? Okay. But Epstein, here's the problem. There are so many names in these files with Jeffrey Epstein, just people who might have had a phone call with him, might have had breakfast with him. Remember, he's down in Palm Beach as well. He's a big financier, a big society guy. Well, if they release the files, and, it's a redacted situation, and I think that's what they're working on now, and you're linked in to Epstein, but you just had a casual, meeting with him or a call with him, but your reputation is ruined. Because people aren't going to make that determination. They're going to see your name with Epstein. And that's what's holding that up.
All right. Bill, one other big thing, too. Your new series, hopefully a series, March 30th is the first with Chris Cuomo and Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, we're doing the Three Americans live show on Long Island. We want everybody from Philly and South Jersey, Pennsylvania to come on up. VIP tickets are sold out, but there are seats available. Just go to BillO'Reilly.com. I'll link you right over, or the Westbury Music Fair. So it's an experiment. I'm going to shoot it for television. 3 separate guys, points of view, 3 separate audiences. I don't know if it's going to work. And usually I'm pretty confident about my stuff, but I don't know if it's going to work. I do know it'll be a fun show. It'll be a lot of laughs. I mean, if you've seen the 3 of us on News Nation, those are not boring segments.
Well, I'm looking for a brawl in the first half hour, at least.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm telling those guys, you better bring your A game because I'm not going to have any mercy on you.
All right, Bill, thank you. Thanks for coming on today to catch up.
All right, Dom, always a pleasure. Thanks for having me in.
All right, Bill O'Reilly here on Talk Radio 1210. We have a little echo problem there. Sorry I couldn't go back and forth as much, but it gives you a pretty good idea of somebody who's been very close to this. Is it disappointing? Well, there's the one guy, this trail, we'll see by the end of the day, next couple of days. It was in the CIA, may have been involved. You heard O'Reilly's take with Lee Harvey Oswald. Couple things were hard about the Kennedy thing, that a guy like this would be able to take out an elite, meaning from privilege, the whole thing, president of the United States. So we're looking for another explanation. And we do know the enemies the Kennedys had. Bobby Kennedy drew a lot of this. Hoffa, the mob, both Kennedys, the CIA, Castro, Russians, always suspects. You put them all together, there were a lot of people, more than usual, that wanted to do something. Did they access it somehow or another through Lee Harvey Oswald? So far, I don't see the smoking gun. But I would tell you, if you're interested at all in this, you're in Dallas, go to the museum. Watch the nuts that are there in Dealey Plaza selling the conspiracy stuff. Some of them are showing video. They have a truck battery it's hooked up to, and that's how they have access to be showing stuff on the plaza. Some of them say this is the spot. They put their chair there. You know, the grassy knoll. The best that I've seen parodying this, Seinfeld, was great stuff that they did with the Mets and all that. Really well done. All right. Phone lines are 855-839-1210. Let me give you the side question. Side question today, and I think this is apropos not of a date in history or anything else. It's always fascinating to see somebody who was as well-known as imaginable or very much an A-list celebrity or in any walk of life, sports, politics, celebrity, and then is fallen off where it's minuscule. Are they still active in any way? Now, this guy's active that I'm going to take off, but considering he was in the top 10 celebrities at one point, John Travolta is one that I've wondered.
That's a great answer.
Yeah, what the heck is going on there? You know,
ever since Gotti, he seems to have.
Yeah, I mean, it's yes.
He clearly doesn't read scripts anymore, or
right.
The only ones he's getting sent are just low-level garbage.
Well, it must be.
It seems like every single one of his movies he drops nowadays are just.
I haven't even seen that.
To
Yeah, and then, you know, there's all about his personal sexuality and all that stuff started. I don't know if that's part of it, but Travolta arguably was, well, he's starting to fade, but not to this level. I mean, this is incredible.
Trying to find his most recent film. High Rollers, direct-to-video, and Cash Out, another one. Another direct-to-video, yeah. Paradise City, Mob. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. I'm looking at, so since Gotti, he's done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 direct-to-video films.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
That's pretty bad with that kind of pedigree, right? All right, what's yours, Dan?
I didn't hear his name for a long, long time until recently. There was accusations of a DUI. I don't know where that went, but he had to cancel some concerts. Justin Timberlake's really fallen off.
That's true. Yeah, I just thought he was touring, but you're right. I mean, he was playing the Super Bowl, biggest thing in the world.
Prominently in the top 40 over and over again.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't heard anything fresh from the guy in a long time.
That's pretty good.
Another one that just popped up in the news recently, and I thought she was gone away, and I hoped that she had gone away, but apparently not. She was sitting there with Bill, that being Hillary Clinton.
That's, I think that's a little bit of a stretch. She's still pretty prominent, but given, you're right, not as prominent as she, with the Democrat Party looking for a savior. Wouldn't she be somebody that would be, well, I mean, she's better than Kamala Harris.
The weirdest thing about me is that I don't sweat.
She didn't get beaten like Kamala Harris did. I mean, true. Trump really.
Oh, there's another one. Yeah. Just completely disappeared from the headlines and from public life. I don't know what the heck she's doing. Where's Kamala been?
That was one I was going to suggest until I saw Travolta. All right, Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I got two. This actress, she was everywhere throughout the 2000s into the early 2010s, but she hasn't been in any movies since Little Women in 2019, and that would be Emma Watson, otherwise known as Hermione Granger in the Harry Potter film series.
That's
hasn't really been in anything.
Did you guys see the drama that played out on Twitter yesterday?
No.
J.K. Rowling was named 3 overrated actors, and she said something like it was like a backhand knock, I think, towards the 3 actors of Harry Potter.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, she takes no prisoners.
She doesn't.
And then the other one I'll take off real quick is Hawk Tuah, Haley Welch.
Yes.
She seemingly made a meme coin of sorts, and then turned out to be a giant rug pull, and then went, all right, y'all, I'm going to bed. And she still hasn't woken up all these months later to address just what the heck happened there.
Got to throw out the first pitch at a Mets game last year.
Yeah.
Yes. Can you see the Phillies? And that Dan Baker, who's a great guy, but he's like the suit and tie guy, announcing tonight who's throwing out the first pitch. And they go to the pronunciation guide, and he's, what the heck is going on here? Will it be a spitball? All right.
The tweet from J.K. Rowling, too,
Yeah.
Dom and guys, it was, what actor/actress instantly ruins a movie for you? And she responded with, I have 3 guesses. Sorry, but that was irresistible. And the internet went crazy saying that was about Radcliffe, Watson, and Grint from the original Harry Potter.
That is a great, somebody that ruins anything when you see them on the screen.
It might have to be a side question, Dom.
I'm writing that one down. All right. Further development on that. By the way, tomorrow we close it out for the week because we have the Travis Manu Foundation Day on Friday. So be ready tomorrow. Get your name into the hat, and we'll pull the winner at the end of the show. All right, one of our favorites, State Senator Holly Schapese, is next because we found out yesterday that hospitals in New Jersey are asking parents about the sexuality, the gender orientation of their newborn baby. And the baby doesn't have a say in this, but there's a couple more things she's involved in. What's being done about this over in Jersey? First, let me remind you, though, that we've told you that when you say you're going to Sicily, you're not just going to Sicily. You're going to be telling people about it forever. You're going to have hundreds of pictures. You're going to be saying, Sicily. I've always thought Sicily. It'll be like a Seinfeld. And that's because this is the crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, then the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. We're going to try to leave ours too. We're headed off with conservative tours for the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. Conservative tours, of course, that's who you want to go to Europe with. That's what we always do. All this great stuff, only $55.44, including airfare. The dining events, we've told you from previous trips to Italy, are spectacular. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. It's all there. And the Godfather tour will visit locales from the movie. Yesterday we had Giuseppe on. He even talked, I think you get to meet, still alive, the mom of Apollonia, in the wife that was blown up in Godfather 2. No, it's 1. It's Godfather 1.
1, yeah.
Yeah, 1. All you have to do is call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The crown jewel of Italy has to be Taormina. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. Sicily is charming, picturesque, always a country within a country, and I will see you in Savoca, one of the real crown points. Call 888-733-9494.
Weather sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind.
A pleasant day is shaping up across the Delaware Valley. High temperatures a good 15 degrees above average. Sunshine with some high clouds through the afternoon, high up around 70, cooler along the coast. Tonight, some fog and drizzle possible, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 46. And for Thursday, becoming mostly cloudy with some showers late in the afternoon, high 68.
Join Best Work Industries for the Blind for a Dining in the Dark experience October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Expand your appreciation of taste, smell, touch, hearing, and vision. Come support a great cause. Visit bestworkindustries.org to learn more and register.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
This March, during Hester Chevy's Truck Month, get a new 2024 Silverado 1500 Crew Cab Work Truck C71 SSV, just $43,999. Or lease a 2025 Chevy Silverado 1500 LT with 2.9% APR for 72 months. Looking for another great lease offer? A 2025 Chevy Equinox EVLT lease for just $199 a month for 36 months. Visit us at HesterChevy.com. Call 267-343-9094 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet! Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. I'm trying to remember the first time we met State Senator Holly Schepisi. I think it was just a mind-boggling issue of evasion of parents, sex in schools, all those things coming together. But now we have New Jersey hospitals, more than apparently they are, great numbers at least, asking new parents, what's the gender orientation? What's the sexual identity, essentially, of your newborn baby? I have a whole series of questions that they're asking.
Newborn?
Newborn. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to wait until some date in the future that's even 10, 15 years down the road. Yeah, probably the first 30 seconds. Yeah, but aren't we looking at all the vital signs? They're all fine. We need to know this.
And the senator, she was huge, Dom. Remember that sex education curriculum that came out, that radical?
Yes.
Yeah, she was
the
forefront of it. Yeah, it was great.
Let's go to the State Senator Holly Schepisi. Senator, welcome back. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me back again. I love being on your show.
Well, thank you, Holly. So the incrementalism of this, we just cannot. I ask people in your position all the time, how you guys go to work every day, what they'll come up with next. So who are the architects of this? Is it the hospitals under pressure? Is it somebody in Phil Murphy's office? How did this happen, do you think?
I think because of the way it went through, it had to have been the administration itself. Somebody within the governor's office, governor's circle, got Democratic legislators to put this forth. It was introduced, and it was, I think 6 days later, voted on at a last-minute voting session at the tail end of our session in June of 2022. I actually wasn't even there for the vote, and because it was a last-minute scheduled meeting on June 29th of 2022, and I had to leave for one of my kids' graduations. And so it takes a while from signing into law to implementation. And all of a sudden, these health networks started presenting forms of this questionnaire to patients who were about to give birth. Pediatricians' offices are providing this for toddlers. I mean, it's a world gone mad. It's wokeness taken to a level of just such absurdity that, I thought it was fake when I first saw it.
Yes, I saw it. My son researches for me and somebody else. And when they sent it, I went, come on now, let's run this down even more. Then I looked, it's Jersey. So, and your explanation is, enough of them did it at the last minute. Now, again, as crazy as it presents opportunity for people like you to say, look, all right, obvious mistake, let's change this. We've talked about that. Is there resistance to changing it? They're still making an argument why they need that at birth.
Well, and that's what's going to be interesting. I introduced the legislation on Monday because you can only introduce legislation when you have a quorum day. So Monday was the first quorum day for the Senate. And I've spoken with some of my Democratic colleagues who are more reasonable, and even they are saying, is this real life? What do you mean? And from the backlash, it's kind of similar to the curriculum for sex ed when we broke that story a couple of years back, and there were all of these sample curriculum that included hyperlinks to YouTube videos for like 3rd through 5th graders that told you how to masturbate. It's similar to right now, where all of a sudden, because of the publicity surrounding this, with any normal human being, regardless of political affiliation, going, what in the actual hell is going on in our state? Now it's, oh, well, you know, DOH has walked it back. The Health Network has announced, I think as of today or yesterday, that they're no longer going to utilize the form except for adult patients. And it's bizarre land that we even have to have legislation to be able to correct something like this. But it just shows how far these policies have gone with nobody having any common sense anymore. And I think that's one of the reasons we saw New Jersey such in play this last November, with President Trump coming within a handful of points in New Jersey, which had always been viewed as kind of this blue state.
Right, exactly.
I think it's people calling uncle and saying, here we are, we have the highest cost of living potentially in the entire nation. We have our school systems, which used to be excellent, lagging far behind because of prolonged shutdowns. And this is what our representatives are focusing their time and energy on, to collect, data from parents as to whether or not their newborn is bisexual, or, it's just so patently absurd.
Yes, and when I look on the Democrat side, we're all there, to your point about Trump and how well he did. The Democrats, one sort of gets it, at least putting up the front, Gottheimer, saying this election is about affordability. Well, we know who drives the affordability. It's Democrats and progressives that have made it. But at least he doesn't want to die on these battlefields. Some of the others, though, I think are prepared to do that. And this is an example. To that point, they're going to have another rude awakening on the national level. President Trump spent about $40 million in the campaign on saying we don't want men in women's sports. Do you sense among your colleagues they get that message from the voters now? Not even bathrooms and all this other stuff, Holly, but just that direct message. People will not stand for that. 85% say, no, we're not going to stand for that.
And you are starting to see a breakaway. Senator Paul Sarlo had given an interview where he spoke about that very issue and kind of broke from his party on doing so. And, privately, a lot of the Dems have expressed, we got to stop doing this stuff. And you're starting to see the panic because the entire assembly is up this year, along with the governor. And now all of a sudden it's like this gaslighting of the public, where the very policies and the very initiatives that the Trenton Democrats have embraced for the past 8 years under Murphy, whether or not it be, energy plans, green master plans, this sort of hashtag social justice DEI stuff. And all of a sudden they're coming out trying to blame everybody under the sun, from President Donald Trump to Republicans who are in the minority, for the very bad policies that they have controlled, sponsored, voted upon, and signed into law.
Good. That's progress. Now, the other area I wanted to, we've had them on, but I wanted to get your sense of this, where I think it's a good overall issue, to your point of what's going on in the last 8 years and what their party's about. The Doge nationally has shown unbelievable waste, fraud, and abuse. The Doge New Jersey, when we had them on, we talked about $420,000 Rutgers football spent on DoorDash during a relatively brief period of time. When the average person hears these specific spending, they want to know where their torches are, how to get to Trenton to march on it. I think that's the other issue, with a few good examples. Do you see that? And, how does this stuff get through that's so blatant, abusive, and arrogant when it comes to spending?
I think it really has been a function of the voters are going to vote for us no matter what we do. And so it just emboldened such brazen insanity. I started going through the line items that got added to the budget where they're not even abiding by the process. So we, as senators who are voting on the budget, we're being provided with no specifics as to $1 billion in excess spending on Christmas tree items to the politically connected. And I mean, it's everything from, a bocce court to, a chess club to, Garden State Equality and lobbying organizations that are receiving, in some instances, more money out of our state budget than our local schools receive. It's unconscionable. And so as people are trying to afford to stay in their homes with ever-rising property tax increases, with now your utility bills come June that are going to be 20% higher, where you're going to be paying $700 a month for like a one-bedroom apartment in just utility bills.
Wow.
And you start parsing through the waste in the billions upon billions of dollars of waste that have gone on every year for the past 8 years. We need a Doge in New Jersey. Whoever ends up becoming our next governor has to go through with a fine-tooth comb, because our residents can no longer afford to live like this. Every day, my Senate office is getting calls from people who have worked their entire lives in the state that are making what should be very livable, if not beyond livable salaries, that are struggling to get by. And they just sit there and we have almost a $60 billion budget this year that is predicated upon being able to fund it by, once again, raising close to $3 billion in new taxes. So, somebody who goes to a bowling alley and, gets a beer at a bowling alley is now going to be taxed on both of those things even higher. And it's not sustainable.
No, without a doubt. Well, I wrote down bocce court. When I get them on, I'm going to get all the details of that. A bocce court gets my eye along with the DoorDash. Yeah.
Hello?
Oh, Senator, are you there? Hey, Howie, are you there? All right, Dan, I don't know what happened there. I have no control. All right. Just tell the Senator thank her. Yeah, thank her for coming on. I'm sorry about that. And keep us in the loop around what she's doing to stop this. It is true, though. It's one of those things we saw it and thought, no, they can't be doing this. All right, coming up, more of your calls at 855-839-1210. Hit us with somebody like mine was John Travolta. You heard Henry and Dan's that dropped off and just is almost out of sight from a heights to where are they now. That's what we're looking for. Have some fun with it. Any walk of life, 855-839-1210. Hey, let's face it, most people have some degree of fear of the dentist, real thing called dentophobia. Now, Dr. Bentz knows this, and I've seen over the years how he treats fearful patients. One patient came in full-on anxiety attack, tears and all. Dr. Bentz and his great staff worked with her every step of the way, doing whatever it took, every appointment to make her feel comfortable, give her space when she needed it, slowly showed her a positive, comfortable, safe experience. Now, after a few months, full-time patient, no problems. So it really doesn't matter if it's a very minor thing all the way up to full-blown difficulty. They can handle it. My dentist, Dr. Bentz, you can count on him and his staff for a pleasant dental experience, a great dental experience. Give him a call to get that initial appointment. Let him take a look. You tell him what you're thinking. That's the way to go. 610-272-6949. Make that appointment today. Take care of that dental work you've been putting off and finally get the smile that you've always wanted. The website is Bentz Dental Group, BENTZ dentalgroup.com. Call now 610-272-6949.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's, and the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, Tom Giordano Show, big 1 o'clock hour. We're going to talk with John Yoo, Philadelphia native, brilliant attorney, who was the Bush, the junior attorney with the Gitmo and the techniques. That's where he made his most famous comments. What does he think about the back and forth here with John Roberts telling Trump you can't be talking about impeachment of judges? Why not? Why can you not talk about that, given we're trying to bring this to a head to get the Supreme Court to rule on this about these district judges. But Dan's got something here from the news desk.
Yep.
Police, tough job in Philadelphia. 17th and more, Dan. What is happening?
Yeah, so there was a police-involved shooting, Dom, in South Philadelphia today, just about an hour ago. Updates 12 minutes ago from Deputy Commissioner Frank Venor, who talked about this incident. Dom, you want to take a listen?
Yeah.
Here you go.
All right. Just before 11 a.m. today, two deputy sheriffs, along with an employee of L&I, went to a residence in the 1900 block of Morris Street. They were there with a writ that L&I had to do an inspection of the property. That writ gave them the ability to enter and take a look at the property. When they knocked, the door was answered by a 36-year-old male. The male was armed with a rifle with a scope on it. He came to the door. He did not let them enter. And then he exited and started to walk away from the property. Those sheriffs did notify the police, along with other witnesses, called 911. That male walked with the firearm in his hand all the way down from 1900 block where he was of Morris. He went east on Morris, south on 18th Street. Meantime, numerous uniformed officers responded to the scene. He then continued to walk east on Moore. When he got to the 1600 block, right around Chadwick, he turned, and there were officers that were commanding him to drop the rifle, at which time he turned towards the officers, and one officer discharged a firearm, and he was struck. He was struck in the right side. From what I understand, he was immediately transported by police to the hospital. He's in surgery. He is critical condition. And at this point, we are on location along with Internal Affairs and our partners at the DA's office to go over the scene.
Well, I would agree with everything there except for that last year. Partners in the DA's office. They're not partners. Sorry about that. But just another day in the life of a cop in Philadelphia. Or L&I going there and some potential thing. The guy comes to the door with a rifle. All right. We'll talk with John Yu. That's coming up. Phone lines. Get somebody who dropped off the face of the earth or almost did that was really in a circle of fame like Travolta, okay? Hit us with that. Get your name into the hat. Tomorrow we'll have the finale. Thank you again, Jim Harvey, for a $50 gift card to the Great Gallows Seafood and the Burger Bar there. That'll be the winner tomorrow. All right, big 1 o'clock hour, Talk Radio 1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. One of our favorites, Philly native, former Philly native, John Yoo, will be here at 2 o'clock. He's the guy at the height of Gitmo and Bush Jr. that was the architect of the legal strategy. What does he think about the strategy legally with this deportation? I'll tell you this. It's obvious, and I have a whole laundry list. I'll just try to summarize them, of the actions the Trump administration is doing around illegal immigration, deportation, et cetera. What they're obviously doing, and I support it, they're trying to trigger the Supreme Court to get involved here. That's what they ought to be doing. John Roberts, rather than telling us we can't talk about impeachment. By the way, the judge in question, one of the judges in question that wanted to know, turn back the planes from Venezuela over the weekend, that judge out there allegedly has a daughter like Judge Marchand, who is apparently involved with far-left groups. And it will be interesting to see if this is a matter of contention here. The guy who tried to block the deportation of the Venezuela gang members, his daughter works for a 501c3 called Partners for Justice that gives criminal, legal aliens and gang members legal advice. Now, not the same thing exactly as Marchand, whose daughter was making unbelievable amounts of money as a Democrat operative for those groups. But here you go again, where the sympathy is. And the broader question, we all know it, and I'll ask John Yoo this. This has to be solved by the Supreme Court. It seems to be to me that it would be easy that they would decide you can't have these district judges making rulings that affect the whole country. They should be limited to people that are mandated to be in front of them in disputes, meaning it happens in their district. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see this strategy, and then what is Trump supposed to do? Just stand down as the clock ticks off? No. Supreme Court's got to get involved sooner rather than later. And there's a whole array of things that they're doing through Stephen Miller to try to push the court to see this is that big of an issue, jump in, give us the guardrails. What do they have to do? The Supreme Court is on the level of the other branches, not these district judges. It's because you're a judge. That doesn't mean you get to dictate what a president elected by the country is going to be doing in executive actions. That's what this comes down to. It's pretty simple because they've gotten away with this before. It also can be done by conservative judges trying to block a progressive president. The thing is, not enough of them did that. This is rampant now. One other thing that hits closer to home, I thought it was one of the best retirement speeches yesterday with Brandon Graham, who I was chasing for some time for one of our events, Dan, and I almost thought I had him. You know, these guys are very difficult to get. But Brandon Graham is an interesting story. He was here 15 years, 2 Super Bowls. I heard on WIP they said he made the most important play in Philadelphia Eagles history, arguably. But that kind of discounts the great Nick Foles, who made umpteen plays, not just a Philly special. The thing with Graham I'm interested in, though, it gets to Philly sports fans or Philadelphia in general. He made the point throughout that he wasn't succeeding. First-round draft pick, big deal. They took him over other people who had a notoriety in college that at least were equal or better. Andy Reid. And I remember people went wild for a while. He didn't do well. He was hurt. And then when Doug Peterson came here until now, he has been a top-notch player. And he thanked people in Philadelphia for holding him accountable. Now, we don't know deep down. Yeah, I'm sure if it were me, I'm going, you kidding me, these people in Philadelphia? Come on now, I was hurt. You're going over the top in what you expect. But it gets at, this guy gets it, at least publicly, what Philadelphia is all about. And it's hard for many athletes to get that. They think these people are, and sometimes they are. Here's just a little bit of it. And I wanted to ask, if you had to encapsulate it, not just with athletics, go beyond that. Any walk of life, politics, show business, making it as a business. What is it exactly that you have to do here in Philadelphia that might be different than almost anywhere else? Here's what Brandon Graham said.
I just want to say thank you to everybody already. But y'all know I gave everything I had in this. And I don't have no regrets. That's one thing I tell them young boys. Don't have no regrets. And so, first I just want to say, 15 years ago, I walked into this city as a young man with dreams, big dreams, a little bit of nervousness, and a whole lot of fire in my heart. I had no idea back then what this journey would bring. I didn't know how many times I would be tested. I didn't know how much I would grow. And I surely didn't know how deeply I would fall in love with these fans and the team in this city.
All right, now I had to be tough early on. I wouldn't say he's the most vilified ever, but, you know, he was a disappointment, a bust in the minds of some people. And this is a difficult place to be, particularly in all sports or anything else. But football, it's the worst given the Eagles. So, Henry, what were you thinking when you saw him yesterday?
Makes me sad. It makes me feel like my childhood has really passed me by because he's one of the few remaining athletes from, when I was a kid that, is still playing and is still someone, year after year, you go, oh, yeah, Brandon Graham's on the team. I get to see Brandon Graham play, And it's and you're right. I was one of the people who was sick of him in those first few seasons. But as it turned out, he was just kind of playing the wrong position. He wasn't really an outside linebacker. He was a defensive end.
Right.
And as soon as he made that switch, things started to click. And over the years, he got better and he got better. And it's like he said, he gave it his all. That's all we ask for in this town. If you show that you're giving it your all, whether it's behind the scenes or in the game, that's all we want. If we still suck after that, you know what? Maybe the team just stinks. But
right,
he did it the right way. He was a true professional through and through with it.
So I agree. And again, it's some people can give it their all. Mike Schmidt was one. I think Mike Schmidt was giving it their all. But he was so good, though, best at his position ever. He looked nonchalant. He didn't look like a guy who had a grind for anything. I mean, I've been around him even today. When you look at him, he's just a natural athlete beyond belief. And if you're that, we don't seem to respond too well to it. It's somebody who has some talent, but they're running through a wall type. You do that, and Philadelphia is going to celebrate you forever.
Well, I think the impact is both on field, but I think it's almost as valuable as things that Brandon Graham is known for doing off the field.
Yeah, sure.
You know, and you talk about the fans here in Philadelphia really embracing Brandon Graham. I think it took a while, and I think it took a lot of the WIP show of Graham being out there talking with the fans, and on top of that, the community work. I mean, you talk about NFL Man of the Year. This guy over and over again is a candidate for that because he gets out in the community. If you were listening to WIP last night, they were doing a lot of great, commemorations of his career and the things that he brought to the city. And it was call after call of individuals who had personal experiences where Brandon Graham would actually remember a figment of their life and ask about their cat by name or something like that. It was just a guy that had a great memory, knew how to interact with fans, and had just a fantastically huge heart.
Yeah, without a doubt. And, the best that I've been around of an athlete still is Nick Foles, though. I mean, to me, that's in my top 10 moments when we did that event with him. I should have beaten him in basketball, but I took it easy. I didn't want to destroy the myth of the great Nick Foles. But behind the scenes, he was the kindest, nicest guy in demand that I've ever seen. You just can't.
Kevin says, did you just call Brandon Graham a bust? Well, I mean, you go back in time.
Well, that's
8 years ago or so.
Yeah,
absolutely. That was a conversation.
That's why he's interesting. He's interesting because Philadelphia rejected him in that situation and then grew now that he's one of the few guys. I don't know the last one that was 15 years in one team in Philadelphia or anywhere else. It's very rare when that happens. People like it versus all the movement of athletes. So it's a good day with him to ask, as he said, what the Philadelphia area is all about. Is it too demanding? It's not just athletics. It's also any walk of life here in Philadelphia. We here in New York, if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere. I think it's just as hard, if not more, in Philadelphia because it's smaller. It's more intense. New York, they have 8 teams, something like that. Here, you're under the microscope. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Come on, hit us on the side, too. Somebody who really was well-known in any walk and kind of dropped away. You just don't hear them at all. John Yoo, nobody better, will be here at about 1:30. And as I said, he has a history of dealing with court second to none. He was the architect. He was the architect of defending waterboarding, which I think is torture, but I supported it. Yeah, I used to grow tired, Dan, you weren't on then, of people saying, how can you say it's torture? It's just water and all. Oh, my God. Apparently, the sensations and what people tell me. But we were torturing people that we were going to use this to protect American lives. And technically, the torture's over. Psychologically, it's difficult, but we did it with Khalid Sheikh Mohammed. He gave up a lot of stuff. He was the architect of writing all this stuff. So this is small stuff, isn't it? Deporting people versus using waterboarding. 855-839-1210. We'll take those calls next. And again, the message from Brandon Graham yesterday was so well put, meaningful. He did address it and say he didn't like it. It was difficult to take, the criticism, etc. But then he realized that's accountability here in Philly. I can think of few people that were seen as not making it that turned out this spectacularly than Brandon Graham. It really usually doesn't happen. Once that happens, people have a certain image of you. How do you get rid of that image? Well, by the way he played, and as Dan said, off the field, and just getting this area. It's got to be difficult for some people. I agree. They come here, they hear the reputation of it, they don't like it. They'd rather play in a place where people just clap at anything or don't care. I don't understand that. Here's the best place in the world to be a public figure. because of the intensity of it.
Yeah, and you get revered as a god if you win.
Yeah, we had Joe Watson down at Mulligan's the last time. I've been with Bob Kelly, did an event, a remote. It was at a Catholic church in the middle. I don't know. People were still bringing drinks up somehow or another to them. This is like 25, 30 years after the fact.
People just want to buy the guy a drink.
Yeah, just
so
buy
bad.
a drink. They must have gone and gotten six-packs or something. Bob, here's a six-pack on the air, 855-839-1210. You jump on board. Your calls are next.
Hi, everyone. This is Kathy Barnett. Listen to my show this Saturday morning at 10. It's part 2 of my interview with Rabbi Raphael Shore, talking about his book, Who's Afraid of the Big Bad Jew? Listen and find out why it matters to you. The Kathy Barnett Show, Saturday mornings at 10 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. As far as the tariffs go, they're very, very scary right now. They're on again, they're off again. The stock market's reacting to them. We might even go into a recession. It's going to be a rough year for everyone, except the people in crash-proof retirement. In 2025, with crash-proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20%. And one was over 13%. The double-digit returns that I earned in January of 2025 will never be taken away. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later, because you're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market, in my opinion.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crews are beginning to clean up that jet fuel spill that leaked into groundwater in Upper Makefield, Bucks County. The city reveals a plan to create a bus-only lane on Roosevelt Boulevard, and a free science museum in Old City reopens after a 3-month renovation.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, welcome in, everyone. Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. John Yu is somebody who's been down this road. He'll be here at 1:30 because I see the headlines today are the continuing battle with John Roberts. Amy Coney Barrett, a lot of people being critical of her. She wants to ally with Roberts. She's a miss for Trump. They don't miss theirs. You take a look at the other side, the 3 judges they have. They don't miss. By that, I mean, particularly on the biggest issues, they can mail it in. You know exactly how they're going to vote. And you can say, well, that's not what a Supreme Court should be. Well, that's what it is. It is political on these things, on these big issues. George Bush missed on John Roberts big time. Wouldn't stop Obamacare. I think Trump missed on Amy Coney Barrett. Kavanaugh and Gorsuch, I think, are fine. But when you get your chance, this is what's going to determine the outcome. And what the Trump people are trying to do is force this into the Supreme Court. I'm not sure if it's guaranteed they have a 5-4 there, though, given Amy Coney Barrett, where she might go and what she was sold as and what she has not been. And I'm talking about the immigration issues. And there's a whole array of them, point by point, of questions they're setting up for the Supreme Court to have to decide. All right, let me go to Ken in the Northeast on Talk Radio 1210 to start us off. All right, Ken, who seems to have dropped off quite a bit?
Dropped off totally on purpose, I believe. That would be Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Yeah, I mean, nobody was more celebrated, more documentaries, more awards, more even merchandise. That's Dr. Fauci asked. Where is he now?
Yep.
Well, he's trying to dodge Rand Paul. That's where he is. That's a good one. Dr. Fauci is a very good one. All right, so it doesn't have to be a celebrity. Could be any walk of life. That's what we're looking for. This is a little bit of a guy who I hope drops off. This is cut 16, Dan. This is Congressman Mike Flood, Democrat from the Deerfield, I think it's Deerfield, Illinois. I know it's the Deerfield Elementary School or School District. Now, they're in the news, and this is the new wrinkle to how far progressives will go. Their daughters, allegedly, high school level, had a physical ed class. Not only did they have to mandatorily change with a boy, male, biological in the room who claims to be gender fluid or trans, but they put in the assistant superintendent to force them to do that and threaten them with all kinds of things if they did not do that. In other words, there wasn't another option. No, we don't want to do that. Go in the bathroom. No. You're going to change in front of this guy. Here's what Flood says, what he thinks about those parents complaining about it.
I support Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
I think that's the wrong one. I'm sorry. My fault, Dan. I picked the wrong one. Yeah.
I think we're mixing up two clips here. So I think you're looking for
12?
Yeah,
12.
A 12. Yeah, it's my fault. 12.
My bad, guys.
12.
Sorry about that.
Because my colleague on the other side of the aisle always seems to be so angry. So angry. And, I really was trying to wonder, why is my colleague so angry all the time about other people's kids, what's happening in other people's lives? And I realized it's because my colleague isn't working to represent his district. He's not working to benefit his economy of his community. He's not working to protect his community. He's embarrassed. He's embarrassed. And I understand. I would be too if I came to this chamber every day and I talked about issues that didn't impact me, didn't impact my community, didn't impact my area, didn't impact my businesses, but instead talked about other people and didn't help my own community, didn't help my town, didn't help my schools, didn't help the families need the help, because I would be embarrassed if I were still collecting a per diem, still collecting my salary, not working for my own district. I represent Deerfield. I live in Deerfield. So I'm really proud of my community who stood up for those who need to be defended and protected, making sure we have great schools, which we do, by the way. Have incredible schools.
Show me the
incredible
scores.
Families, an incredible community that has come together to deal with this situation. Because it's a lie. So the next time a representative wants to talk about other districts, again, I understand he may be ashamed, and frankly probably should be. But instead of standing on this floor and taking our time here today, talking about children, maybe try and help your own district.
Thank you, Representative.
Yeah, well, thank you. So it's a lie. Now, this is the way, and this is the tactic. They want to continue to this level, the new level now here in Deerfield. Be clear about this. This hasn't happened before in this manner, where they're threatening them and they're keeping them in there, that everybody's going to get changed in front of this kid, okay? And this guy wants to say we shouldn't talk about it, but they want to shove it down our throat. Then stop doing this. We'll stop talking about it. And the tactic is, well, aren't you concerned about eggs, the economy, or something over here? Of course people are. But you're not going to get away from this issue. You're between a rock and a hard place. Your base wants this issue. You sense that. You're willing to do anything here. It is a civil rights violation. And that's what's going to happen in Deerfield. And that's why it's important. And we're not going to stop talking about it. Why would we? Why would we get away from it when it's such a big deal to you that you'll put people in there to force these girls to comply with this nonsense with no other option? Why? Because it's a big deal. And we're going to continue to do that. And you're going to continue to lose on it. Same thing as the guy at Columbia. It's not about free speech. It's his actions with Hamas. We're going to continue to talk about that too. All right, the cut I wanted to play, though, back to the Elon Musk thing. Here is Congressman Mike Flood. This is 16, and he has the audacity to say at his town hall, I commend this guy. He's a Republican.
Odyssey, Don. You said audacity, that the word's Odyssey. I'm kidding. It's the name of the company. You know.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Sorry, it's a bad joke.
Okay.
Bad joke.
I thought you thought there was some wordplay here with this guy. All right. Audacity or Odyssey, or both, to say he supports Elon Musk. Here's how it sounded.
I support Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
Those are boos from tonight in Nebraska, in Republican Congressman Mike Flood's district, which is a deep, deep, deep red district. 58 days into the second Trump presidency, and voters are furious about Elon Musk.
Okay, let's put this out there now. Again, we shouldn't have rose-colored glasses. Are there some people that are Republican that don't like Musk? Yes. But by and large, not only is this progressive Democrat groups, but they're organized. We talked with people yesterday that are investigating this. It's widespread. Indivisible is one group. There are all kinds of groups, at some instances, even paying people to show up. So is it less suspect that in a deep red place they'd be booing Elon Musk? No, it's more suspect. That's why I don't believe these people. Some of them just are antagonistic towards Trump. That's what it's about. By the way, in Minnesota, Republicans are passing a bill to call Trump derangement syndrome a mental illness, needing mental health devices in Minnesota. And Tim Walz, I don't know if we have that cut. Tim Walz is the latest that was on with Newsom. Yeah, here he is. Tim Walz telling us why the Trump people don't like him. Cut 6.
How do you fight it? This notion of tax. I could kick most of their ass. I do think that if they wanted to. I know I can run them, but I don't know if we're going to fall into that place where we want to. Okay, we challenge you to a WWE fight here type of thing.
Yeah, Walz telling Newsom he doesn't understand these people challenging his masculinity the last time around. The football coach.
Get him in the squared circle.
That's right. That's where we need another wrestling match. And telling us that he can fix a truck and you probably can't. So Walz actually thinks that he's going to be the face of the Democrat Party. I can see it. He's learned the lessons of what happened here. He's going to be out there. He was even worse than Harris. Meanwhile, Josh Shapiro sits on the bench, and they have this guy out there. All right, coming up, John Yoo, as I said, of Gitmo fame and just a brilliant legal scholar, going to ask him about Roberts jumping into the ring with Trump, the deportations. He's also got a lot to say of birthright citizenship, which the Trump people are pushing. The Trump people are trying to push the Supreme Court to do their job. Rule one way or another. Do these district judges have the right to keep on doing this nonsense? Constitutionally, would it make sense that the Founding Fathers wanted some guy in Timbuktu ruling for the whole country? No, it does not. They got to jump in. They have to decide this. But would they decide it on the Trump side or not. Amy Coney Barrett, John Roberts. You never know. All right, John Hughes next with Dom on Talk Radio 1210.
Oh, honey, it's our favorite leaf filter trusted pro, Matt. Matt, come in, come in.
Hi, Mrs. Sparks. You wanted me to stop by? Is everything okay with your leaf filter gutter protection system?
Okay, of course, silly. We wanted you to stop by for dinner as our way of thanking you.
Yes, to thank you for that free gutter inspection, the free estimate, and what was the other thing?
That lifetime guarantee.
Well, Mr. and Mrs. Sparks, those are just Leaf Filter's policies. Everyone who calls Leaf Filter gets a trusted pro to come out for a free gutter inspection and estimate. And every Leaf Filter installation comes with a lifetime guarantee.
So it's not just us?
No, sir. We don't want anyone to worry about clogged gutters ever again.
You mean everyone gets this level of service?
Everyone. They just need to visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule their free inspection.
Okay, but you must be starving. You work so hard.
Ready to love your gutter protection as much as we do? Visit leaffilter.com/deal and get up to 30% off today.
See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Look at you. Your life is under control. Errands done. Leaves raked. It's time to give yourself a reward. You know you've been waiting all day for your favorite tasty cake treat, but which one? There are so many great choices. Is it the delicious Crimpet or the mouth-watering candy cake? No matter what you choose or where you are, it's always time for a tasty cake, so choose what feels right and enjoy. You've earned it, and you know you deserve it. Tasty cake, except no substitutes.
Cancer, a scary word, but not so scary if you have the right team. Hi, this is John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, Sundays at 8 and again at 4 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. And that team is Dr. Molly Fantasia and the medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. Yes, cancer is a scary word and a difficult condition if you've been diagnosed. Over the years, the staff at Innovative Medical Associates has helped hundreds of patients with their unique medical hydration protocols. Cancer support is a large part of the practice at Innovative Medical Associates.
We believe in medical hydration. We've improved it so much that we are able to help people across the board with challenges before they become chronic.
Talk about improving your quality of life. Most likely, that'll happen when you visit Innovative Medical Associates. Check them out on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com or call 856-489-0505 to schedule your initial complimentary consultation.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT from the Piazza Auto Group Studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations.
All right, it's always a treat, particularly something can't get anybody better than what we're seeing with executive power, district judges, Supreme Court, John Roberts, and President Trump, Stephen Miller, the architect of a lot of these things, to force the court, I think that's what they ought to be doing, to rule on these district judges' power over the executive. Joining us is John Yoo, is the Emanuel Heller Professor of Law at UCal Berkeley, Philadelphia native and Eagles fan. Not sure about the Phillies. We'll find out. Let's go to Professor John Yoo on Talk Radio 1210. John, welcome back to town.
Oh, great. Great to be with you. And yeah, I am a Phillies fan, too, even probably longer than for the Eagles, which means I've suffered longer.
That's right.
True Philadelphia fan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So, John, over the years, given your background, both as a preeminent legal scholar, but during the Bush years, you have seen the inside of this executive power versus the courts. But the thing I wanted to lead with is, did it strike you as unusual that John Roberts he didn't name President Trump, but jump in when the president said we ought to impeach some of these judges?
Yeah, I would not have issued that statement. I think, look, John Roberts' job and the job of all those federal judges is to ignore all the things people are saying about them in the press and just rule on the cases that come before them and manage their own house. And, if President Trump or senators or critics say we ought to impeach that judge or this judge, they should just ignore it. And what they really shouldn't be doing is, I think, responding right away as if they're part of the political cycle. What the Chief Justice should be paying attention to is figuring out how to impose order on all these wayward district judges all around the country. That's what he should be concentrating on rather than trying to pick a fight with President Trump.
Did that occur at the Gitmo and the things that you were involved in where district judges were ruling on this? Or is this a more recent thing?
I mean, that did happen back in the days after 9/11, but not like this. What's been going on is, and this is different, is that you've got these district judges. Look, there's over 600 district judges in the country, federal district judges. It's inevitable that the Democratic plaintiffs or progressive plaintiffs are going to find one that disagrees with President Trump. It's just inevitable. That's not what's at stake here. What's wrong is that these judges then say, I have the power to tell the federal government what to do throughout the whole country. That's unprecedented. That's new. And that didn't happen back in the days after 9/11, didn't happen back in the days of Gitmo. So then, back then, if you lost a district judge, then you can go right away to the appeals court, ultimately go to the Supreme Court. But that district judge limits his decision just to the people who appear before him. But now you have district judges saying, not only do I get to decide whether this person shouldn't have been fired, but I'm going to order the president to rehire tens of thousands of other people throughout the country to work for the federal government again. That's unprecedented. And I think that's an abuse of judicial power. And it's really up to the Supreme Court to intervene and put a stop to it.
And by that, not through the power of whatever what Roberts can do. This would be a legal case laying this out once and for all.
Yeah, and in fact, the Trump administration, despite all these claims of constitutional crisis and the president allegedly thinking of defying judicial orders, no, actually what the Trump administration is doing is what you're supposed to do. They're appealing. They're going through the regular court system. And they've got a case at the Supreme Court right now because they've lost, I think, 3 cases about their birthright citizenship executive order where they're asking the Supreme Court right now, please take up a case so that you can order these district judges to stop running the federal government. That's the executive branch's job. They can hear case if someone's been unjustly fired and maybe that one individual can get their job back or get back pay. But what a judge can't do is go around and start saying the personnel policies for the entire government. That's up to the president. They can't decide which policies the executive branch is going to carry out. That's up to the president.
That birthright citizenship case, too, I've seen you talk about it in various places. How strong is it, in your view, reading the court, that they would seriously take a look at it? What would be the hurdle from the Trump position to have to get over?
I think the court will take it, actually, sooner or later, probably sooner. I think, actually, of all the Trump executive orders, that's the one he's most likely to lose. In fact, I think he said that publicly, too. He said, I don't know what's going to happen. The courts will have to decide that. Our chances may not be great, is something I think he said. And the reason why is because the Supreme Court essentially decided a case at the end of the 19th century called Wong Kim Ark that basically said if you're born in the United States, even if your parents aren't citizens, you're a citizen because of the text of the 14th Amendment. I have a hard time seeing the Supreme Court throwing out a precedent that's been followed for that long. I think Trump's got much, much better chances on a lot of the other executive orders, like ending DEI, suspending some ridiculous spending programs, slimming down the federal government. I think his chances are much stronger in prevailing on those.
John Yoo with us here on Talk Radio 1210. John, do you think I'm in this camp that thinks it's an easier way, maybe a stronger way, rather than going through this Alien Act, which seems to be in disrepute, maybe, you can tell me if not, to just say these are criminals, the Venezuelan gangs, et cetera. Here are things involved. They don't have citizenship rights. They're here illegally. They at least could be deported. I don't know about deporting them to El Salvador. Is that a cleaner way to go about this? Why are they using the other strategy of this, 1789 law?
Yeah, it's called the Alien Enemies
Yes.
Act. It was passed in 1798, and you're quite right. It's only been used during declared wars, World War I and World War II, and I think the war 1812. So Trump's really pushing the boundaries on this. They have to prove in court, I think, that we're being invaded by a foreign enemy, and that foreign enemy are these drug cartels and violent gangs. They may not win on that one. The only reason why I think the administration is using this act instead of the regular immigration laws, because you're quite right. You could deport these people through the regular immigration laws. It would just, the one thing, it would take a while because you have to go through the courts. Under the Alien Enemies Act, theoretically, you don't have to have a judicial hearing before you remove them. But I think actually it's part of a more political strategy to say we're getting so tough now on immigration that we're willing to resort to these measures that have never been used before in American history to handle immigration. But I totally agree with you. You could still, even if you didn't have this Alien Enemies Act, the government could still prosecute these guys for being criminals and throw them in jail. And then when they're done serving their sentences, then deport them under the normal immigration laws.
Yeah, without a doubt. And again, politically, does anybody want to stand on the Hill? Apparently Democrats do. If we went that way of saying, no, you can't be doing that. There's something about that that's wrong. I don't see how that's defensible politically or legally.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
John, what else are you taking a look at now moving forward here? What I've seen today is that Stephen Miller's the architect, really smart guy. He's got a lot of power now in the White House, and they are, kind of touched on it, trying to find any number of things around immigration to provoke the Supreme Court to get involved and make a decision that hardly seems like a president just trying to override the entire legal system.
Yeah, I think that this is really this idea that President Trump is causing a constitutional crisis, that he's defying the courts. I think this is all an exaggeration, really raised by his opponents, rather. I mean, I can see where there are some people who might say, oh, maybe it's good for President Trump to have a fight with the courts. I don't think so. In fact, I think that this Supreme Court, is going to be would normally be a very friendly forum to President Trump. President Trump didn't come up with these ideas about a unitary executive, about establishing control of the regulatory agencies, about reducing spending in the workforce. He didn't come up with invent these. These are actually ideas that have come from the Supreme Court itself. The conservative majority on the Supreme Court has been talking for 20 years about the president controlling all these wayward agencies and putting them under tighter control and exercising authority over them and not letting them hire and spend so wildly without presidential direction. This is a Supreme Court that should normally be on his side. So I think these claims of constitutional crisis, these are actually, I think, a sign of political weakness by Democrats. If they really, use real constitutional tools to fight with the president, they should be working through Congress. Congress has the power of the purse. Congress can pass laws. Congress can impeach. But they just lost in a stunning, they just lost stunningly in the last elections. They have no political support in the executive branch or Congress. So their last resort, the last resort is to go to the courts.
I'll ask you this, too, as a keen observer of this, but the politics, et cetera. I'm not sure, though. I hear what you said, a friendly audience in the court. John Roberts at times, and I think Amy Coney Barrett, have you been noticing more and more people suspect of her? Do you think that's out of line?
I don't. I think this is reading the tea leaves. I mean, look at what these justices have done. If they were really liberal, then Roe versus Wade would still be the law of the land.
Right.
New York City would still be able to take away everybody's guns, and Harvard would still be choosing applicants based on their skin color. I mean, this is the most conservative Supreme Court in almost 100 years. And in part, it's because of Donald Trump. He appointed 3 of them in just one term. And so if you're really going to have a forum that's going to be friendly to conservative arguments and a originalist view of the Constitution and a view of an energetic presidency, this court is going to be the most favorable one any president's appeared before in a century.
All right, we will see on that. John, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate every time we can talk with you.
Oh, my pleasure. Always great to be back in Philly, even virtually.
Thank you, John. John Yoo here from the law school at UCal Berkeley on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. You heard his sense. Stephen Miller's behind this. They're trying to provoke this to get to the Supreme Court so that they can't run out the clock. And I think Democrats and the media, I'm not saying they're even doing this just ideologically. I think they've come to believe that some district judge, there's 677 of them, give or take, that they are on the same level as the presidency and the Congress. They're not. It's the Supreme Court. That's why there is a Supreme Court that is the third branch of government. It's not some judge here in Philadelphia that says, what the heck, I hate Trump. I'm going to block this for the country. Think of the lunacy of that. But that's what's being peddled. That's what they're trying to tell people, and that's why we have a constitutional crisis. All right, here's how you get in, 855-839-1210. Give us somebody who's dropped off that former path where they were really, really in play, household name, something close to it, in any walk of life. That's what we're looking for today, to get your name into the hat. Hey, I've told you for now a few weeks, and I'm thrilled how many people are signing up or at least getting all the material. Sicily on our radar screen. When they came to us, we've been to Italy twice before with listeners, but this is Italy plus. You'll fall head over heels in love with this ancient crossroads of civilization. That's what Sicily is. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. So why not join Ro and me as we head to Europe again, Mediterranean Europe, the sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of Sicily and Calabria this fall. And when we go to Europe, there's only one thing. Check that. We don't have to look around. We know we're going with Conservative Tours. Conservative Tours. $55.44, including airfare. They take care of everything. Lavish dining events. These are true events. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Just call them now. Get the details. The website is conservativetours.com or 888-733-9494. 888-733-9494. You'll also enjoy the Godfather tour part of it. This is genius. We heard about it yesterday with Giuseppe. Visit the locales from all 3 movies. The crown jewel of Sicily is Taormina. Then you have the Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. Savoca is one of the places I've been told will take your breath away. Why not join us? It's easy. Call now. Get the details. 888-733-9494.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
This March Madness, Wendy's has a $1 JBC or double stack with in-app offer and purchase. So we're throwing the biggest watch party in the country and giving you the best seats to watch all the action. But just so you know, the seats are in a Wendy's. And the action is just staring at the $1 JBC or double stack in front of you. Also, you can bring a +1, if it's a burger. When it's gotta be fresh, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Participating Wendy's. Limit 1 JBC or double stack or qualifying item per offer with additional purchase. Wendy's app account registration required.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
RuPaul's Drag Race is back with a wet and wild new season, and you can watch it all on MTV with Philo. With Philo, you can enjoy live TV from your favorite channels like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, BET, and more. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save and rewatch anything you want for up to a year. We've also got a collection of over 80,000 hit movies and shows that you can watch anytime, and the entire AMC Plus library, all for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Enjoy Philo on your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV, and stream on up to 3 devices at once. So what are you waiting for? Dive into the splashiest extravaganza yet and start watching the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race live on MTV with Philo for an unbeatable price. To start your 7-day free trial and make sure you get the best price for the TV you love, visit philo.tv today. That's PHILO.tv.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show at 855-839-1210. Hit us with this, a relatively easy one today. I haven't had one that's quite popped yet. Somebody that just dropped tremendously from public view. By the way, Tesla has been removed as a participant in the 2025 Vancouver International Auto Show. And this is the angle. This is what they say. They say, hey, we removed them for public safety. We can't have Tesla in here. We can't be doing this because of people that might attack somebody or the cars. You see how this goes? They do the attacking, and the car manufacturer gets removed from auto shows. I mean, I let off the show today just the number of attack points that are going on with Tesla, including this website that claims to be outing everybody that can find that owns a Tesla, their personal business or home or whatever, until they prove that they've gotten rid of the Tesla. We have the Vegas thing being investigated, setting fire to all those Molotov cocktails, gunshots. Musk talking about being fearful for his life. This is where we are. This is what they're going to keep up. And they're being egged on by people like Jimmy Kimmel, who last night did a Colbert saying that, yeah, you know, it's sad, isn't it? And then waited for all the laughter. What's happening here? It's astounding. And here's a little bit of Musk with Hannity last night talking about all this.
Yeah, I mean, it's really come as quite a shock to me that there's this level of really hatred and violence from the left. I always thought the left, or the Democrats, were supposed to be the party of empathy, the party of caring, and yet they're burning down cars, they're firebombing dealerships, they're firing bullets into dealerships, they're just, smashing up Teslas. Tesla is a peaceful company. We've never done anything harmful. I've never done anything harmful. I've only done productive things. So I think we just have a deranged there's some kind of mental illness thing going on here, because this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah,
and I think the forces at work as well. I mean, I don't know who's funding it and who's coordinating it, because this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
You actually tweeted out, and I'll put it on the screen.
All right, so that's where they got to go, too. The people behind this, loosely coordinated. There are groups, there are others egging this stuff on. That's one part of it. And I've actually seen some polling today. They think Musk is the thing to go after, completely unsympathetic. Whatever you do, it doesn't matter. It does two things. It reins him in, and it shows people you're getting tough. You're going after him. Even if the mainstream figures have to be more legalistic about it. We played you endlessly. Colbert, Jimmy Kimmel last night, doing the same things, laughing about this, and then lecturing us about civility. Robert in Ben Salem is next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom, Dan, it's good to talk to you guys today.
Same here.
I'm looking into this thing with this judge who's trying to stop the deportations, and it's turning into an incestuous nightmare, Dom. He was a FISA court judge. In fact, he was the FISA court judge that approved the surveillance of Trump and his associates. When the FBI agent Kleinsmith was caught altering the emails that he presented to the FISA court at his sentencing, this judge gave him probation because he thought that he had suffered enough, whatever that means. But he was appointed along with 10 other FISA court judges by Roberts. And Roberts didn't say anything when these guys were being lied to that we know. But now that somebody mentions impeachment because he makes this ridiculous ruling, now he's got something to say. So you said that he missed with Roberts. Bush missed with Roberts. I'd say he got a home run for the other team with Roberts.
Yeah, it looks that way. I'm a suspect of Amy Coney Barrett. She wants to ally herself with Roberts. That's where the problem is.
I think she sees herself as the first female chief associate, Dom, and she thinks that following John Roberts will get her there.
Probably,
that's the only thing I can think of. Either that, or they really like their seats at the DC cocktail circuit, and they don't want to give that up. I don't know.
Who's your person that dropped off?
I'm going to go with, and he's not such a big star in our eyes for sure, but Don Lemon. I mean, he was their little guy on CNN, and he made one comment about a woman going past her prime, and kapow, he's gone. He's doing street interviews now.
Yeah,
you know?
Atlantic City. We'll see him again this summer. All right, Don Lemon's a good one coming up.
Wait.
Yes.
You just said his name correct. It's been so long that
the Don Lemon we've lost. Yes. Okay.
He's lost.
If he gets some more cachet, I'll go back to Don Lemon. Coming up, Paula Scanlon, the University of Pennsylvania today. This is the day that Riley Gaines tied Leah Thomas in the NCAA swim meet. This is the very day. Paula was on that team. Penn frozen, $175 million until they say, no, we're not going to have men in women's sports. All straight ahead on Talk Radio 1210.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Window Nation is proud to stand with WPHT's Radiothon in support of the Travis Manion Foundation and our nation's veterans. Right now, upgrade your home with brand new energy-efficient windows installed in just one day. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Use those savings to make a difference. Support our veterans, support the Travis Manion Foundation, and invest in your home with Window Nation. Call today or visit windownation.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. All right. Riley Gaines is, of course, one of our all-time favorites. On this day in history, she tied Leah Thomas, which seems to be impossible, in the NCAA finals 3 years ago. And at that time, we didn't know Paula Scanlon, who was a swimmer on the University of Pennsylvania team, who had to endure not only this, but apparently, by a lot of accounts, pressure, at least beyond belief pressure, really, from the University of Pennsylvania at various levels, saying, yeah, you don't want to be on this team, that's okay. And also, don't think you're going to work in any kind of field after this. You'll be vilified on the internet if you dare challenge this ridiculous situation that they were so proud of. Well, lo and behold, President Trump, the administration now has frozen $175 million, not chump change even to the U of P, to get them to renounce that they are going to go away from anyhow the Leah Thomas programs, and they are not going to be supportive, either institutionally or on paper, however you want to look at it, of men in women's sports. Pretty simple stuff. You want the $175 million? I hope there's more there they can take away. Paula now also working with New Jersey registration coordinator for Early Vote Action, our buddy Scott Presler, and she's going to be attending. I'm glad to see this because I didn't know that was happening. The New Jersey Leadership Conference, which is big this year, particularly, which happens in, I think it happens Friday and Saturday. And it's held in AC at a casino, but I'm glad to see that they're going to be listening to people that are really successful in registering people and turning them out to vote. So let's go to Paula Scanlon here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Paula, it's a great day to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for having me on today.
So I don't know if, Paula, they coordinated this to do it today on the day that Riley tied Leah Thomas 3 years ago. Did you ever race against Leah Thomas?
Not directly, but all the time in practice, we were forced to race against him. We would do things, but not in a formal competition like the NCAA championship, where Riley obviously very famously tied him.
Yeah, it's got to be difficult after a couple of times, Paula, of racing against someone like that. To, the first time, I guess, you think, I'm going to beat this guy. But then after that, it's preposterous. It's not just a male. It's a male that looks, even though he's mediocre, he doesn't have everything that Phelps has. But it reminds me, the body type and the whole thing, it's like you're swimming against Michael Phelps.
Definitely. I mean, that's exactly why this whole situation was so unfair. I mean, I think a lot of people who haven't met Leah Thomas or have only heard the story through words don't realize that this is a fully grown 6'4" tall male. I mean, I tell everyone Leah Thomas was the tallest person on not just the women's team, because of course, but he was the tallest person on the men's team as well. And so this is not some tiny little man that's not very tall, not very built. I mean, he was 6'4" tall, bigger than anyone on the men's team. And the photo of him and Riley on the podium stand, which many people have seen now, really, really emphasizes that. I think Riley is a very strong, impressive swimmer and a great friend of mine. And seeing how much bigger Thomas is towering next to her, I think really paints the picture to why this is so ridiculous and why this should have never been allowed to happen.
What I wanted to ask you, though, as we're going through this, because we were early on it since it happened here in Philadelphia, were there people at Penn even that were helpful, people that said, hey, we don't go along with this, but look, our job's on the line? Whether there anybody there, or was the whole thing so cowed, so threatening because of this experiment that it was impossible to have allies there?
I mean, I would say it felt impossible to have allies there.
Yeah.
I felt unsupported by the administration. I felt unsupported by my fellow teammates. I felt unsupported by even my coaching staff. But, years later now, I'm 3 years removed from the situation. I have received messages from people who were at Penn at the time with me that were supportive, but didn't feel like they could tell me that during the season. And, I think especially people who are in positions of power and coaches and administrators and even professors for classes that I took, they felt like they could not share that opinion. And that to me is why it's so sad, but also that's why this is allowed to happen, because if every single person that had the stance that we share had just stepped up and said, no, enough is enough, we would have been able to solve this. But unfortunately, everyone felt fearful for their job, or they thought they were going to get a lower grade in their class or get kicked out from the university, and no one felt empowered to do or say anything about it.
Even feeling that would happen in your classes, did people verbalize that to you, or just reading the room that would happen?
No, absolutely. I mean, I had a course and I studied engineering. And so many people tell me, they say, oh, well, you probably didn't see a lot of this woke nonsense that, should now be defunded and hopefully will be worked its way to get rid of under the Trump administration. But I had professors that would take off points from problem sets if you, quote unquote, misgendered the hypothetical people in the problems. I mean,
engineering.
Widespread.
Yes.
In the engineering school, yes, I took this 400 level algorithmic game theory class, and the TA told us that we didn't know the hypothetical genders of the fake names of the people in the problem. I wish I was making this up to you right now. There was Sarah and Bob and Tommy, and we don't know the hypothetical pronouns of those hypothetical people, so we have to refer to them with they, them pronouns, and if you didn't do that, you lost points. I mean, they're not even real people, and you're supposed to not offend the hypothetical people in these math problems. It was completely insane, and that was widespread, and that's just one example. I mean, I could go on and find you one from all 46 courses that I took at the University of Pennsylvania.
Wow. So the last time you were on, and I understand completely, after listening to the interview we did together, this lawsuit that people put up there, I have a sense, and I think you're right, they're kind of Johnny come lately. You're the one that stepped out way ahead of this And even at that point, today it has to feel a little bit safer. But when you stepped out, you had to feel professionally, et cetera, or you know how people these mobs are. You might be targeted simply because you finally came out of this and you were the original swim team.
Definitely. I mean, I think part of this is I look now, and it's been 3 years. It's been over 3 years since I did my first anonymous interview. I did it back in 2021, which is wild. I filmed the What is a Woman documentary over 3 years ago now. I mean, it's in a way I'm like, wow, I wish I had said this more strongly, or I had done this or had said this. But I really forget how much the climate has really changed in the last couple of years. I mean, this has become normal. We've supported the girls who are speaking out. I mean, I think a lot of people forget the climate we were under back in 2021 and 2022 when this was happening, that it truly was people were actually getting fired from their jobs. I mean, Jen Say lost her job at Levi's.
Yep.
And again, we forget about that, I think, because we've made so many strides in this and we've gotten this accomplished. And I'm on the radio talking to you about this right now, but that was not the case a couple of years ago when we were going through this. And so I'm really thankful for everyone who's really used their voice and gotten this conversation to be mainstream. And now, you know, there's dozens, if not hundreds, of people who are comfortable talking about this, whether it's parents or athletes or coaches. I mean, this is a common conversation, and people are comfortable voicing their opinion because, again, I think we realize how many people agree.
It's going to be very interesting now once we get into the final lap of what you're doing now. We have the judgment in the primaries, or even when people are really paying attention in New Jersey to see what these Democrats do in this issue. The smarter ones are realizing it's 80-20, 75-25, even in Jersey on all this stuff, particularly in sports. But what will their party do? Can they skate? Can they make people not know that in the general election? So I'm sure where you're going, the number one issue in Jersey has to be things like affordability and all that. But this issue gets people, even people that don't pay attention, to vote and to take a look at it. They're energized around this.
Definitely. I would say, yes, affordability is the number one issue. Again, I'm on the ground in New Jersey all the time working on this stuff. That is the number one issue. But top five, I would say, of everyone I talk to, they bring up the transgender ideology in schools. They bring up their daughters competing against male athletes. I mean, it is a big concern that voters in New Jersey have. And what I will say is the Democrats, who are the possible contenders for who they might be voting for in November, none of them have said anything about this, and many of them are actually in Congress right now and have voted against young women and girls and have voted against protecting their sports. And so that's something I hope that we can use, and me especially, in a situation of having gone through this personally and seen it so close. I'm going to be using that to help us win, because absolutely it's just another thing to point at. But unfortunately, I mean, they've supported so many wild policies that this isn't even the only thing I have that's damaging to them. I mean, the way they voted on the Lake and Riley bill, I mean, there's so many different things that they're doing that everyday common sense voters don't even agree with. And so I'm excited to see the people of New Jersey have an opportunity to elect change this November.
Absolutely. Now, you're speaking at the Leadership Conference, which is held down in Atlantic City. Some of my colleagues here and I, in previous years, did a panel there. What is the...
I'm not speaking. I'll just be there in attendance. Yeah. Sorry about that.
I thought they were having you... I thought they were having you spread what I think is inspirational and some of the floor plans.
They should call you up on stage.
They ought to call you up and talk about some of the things that you and Scott Presler are doing that I think is resonating on the ground. I would say better than any of the political organizations. You guys know what to do.
I would love the opportunity to do so, but we're going to be there just representing the organization, chatting with people, working with the leaders that are already going to be there, and I'm giving them the tools to continue to work alongside us in, again, getting Republicans elected come November in New Jersey. So that's what we're there for. But of course, always open to talking about our methods and supporting those who want to get involved.
And Paula, the place to go for people that want to volunteer, because there are going to be a lot of demonstrations of this, Presler, you out there across Jersey constantly. Where do they go to be supportive or get more information?
Yes, earlyvoteaction.com. There'll be opportunities for you guys to reach out, volunteer, just seek more information. Even if you're in other states, you can still help out. Obviously, we have a great presence in Pennsylvania as well. We have a lot of staff in Pennsylvania still working to make Pennsylvania redder. And so that is something we're excited for. And again, every single person who supports us, we greatly appreciate you and could not do it without you.
Paula, thank you. Thanks so much for joining us as always.
Absolutely. Appreciate it.
Paula Scanlon here on a day where Riley Gaines tied Leah Thomas, where the Trump administration may be timing that out. $175 million blocked. I'm glad she'll be at the event, Dan. Just between the lines, you can tell I'm thinking, why would this not be one of the presenters? Why not?
Yeah, she should be.
Yeah,
You know?
if Presler can't be there, she should be. I will not be presenting anything either, or will be there.
Yeah.
Read into that yourself.
Well, I mean, just not even any commentary on New Jersey individuals, but just look at what Pressler did in Pennsylvania.
Right.
I mean, it was national story as to how he was able to shift the narrative in registering voters. And, you know, I think you can learn a hell of a lot in New Jersey in doing the same, you know?
Yeah, particularly where the iron is ready to be struck here now, too. And look, they're professionals. I hope I don't see enough. We hope to, at Mulligan's this summer and all, we want to get Jack Ciattarelli there. I think he's going to be the nominee. The other guy, the other major candidate against him, who shall be nameless, is not showing up. Two other candidates will be there. I know that Rich is interviewing those candidates, and Harry Hurley, our guy, too, is also interviewing Jack Ciattarelli. So they're well represented in the primary race there. I think it'll be Ciattarelli by all indicators that I can see, and I hope that he adopts this issue that we just talked about, even in Jersey. This is enormous. And affordability. How can the Democrats possibly run on affordability? They wake up every day to make things not affordable, even in Jersey. Come on. And their lead is the radical who runs Newark. He's leading in the Democrat polling at this point. And then they have the radical who runs the NJEA. These are their candidates. My God, if we don't win this one, something's wrong. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You can get in, but right now it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
All right, today you're playing for a pair of tickets. We love the Zlock to see jazz guitarist Yasho Stefan on Sunday, March 23rd at the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and information, visit bucks.edu/tickets. All right, Dan.
Dom, I'm going to reveal something I don't think I've ever revealed on the Dom Giordano program. My first ever crush, my first ever celebrity crush, Dom.
Okay.
We're asking today
Dr. Ruth.
somebody who was hot for a while. Not a bad suggestion.
Yeah.
No. I clearly like petite women, Dom. You look at my wife. But Dom, talking.
Wait a minute, Maisie's petite?
Yeah, she's tiny.
I would not
I agree with that.
Well, wait a minute. I'm going from the world of Roe, where the being 5 foot is in dispute, whether she is or not. So,
yeah, but Maisie's wearing like a smaller, extra small a lot of times.
It's like a 5'3",
but she doesn't shop petite because petite, like the cut of clothes for petite is usually for shorter women than her. So,
oh, okay, yeah. I don't see her as petite. She's right in the norm. Yeah.
So Dom, my first ever celebrity crush, really big in the late '90s, early 2000s, then completely fell off the map until making headlines earlier this year, when she performed for Robert F. Kennedy at one of his events, made some news, and then had to apologize to the LGBT community. She had to go back on it. But Dom, we want to know who this was. My first celebrity crush, really making headlines, big, a Grammy nominated artist who's really just fallen off over the years. Take a listen.
Parle tout bas, je vois la vie en rose. Il me dit des mots d'amour, des mots de tous les jours, et ça me fait quelque chose.
So Dom, yes, she sang Over the Rainbow for RFK at a Make America Healthy Again event.
Wow.
Yep, and angered the LGBTQ community and apologized, expressing her support. But it has been involved in politics since her career kind of flamed out. Back in 2006, she also marched on Washington with 12 million petition signatures to Capitol Hill and urged Congress to pass the bipartisan Breast Cancer Patient Protection Act of 2005. So, Dom, who is that covering La Vie en Rose there?
All right, excellent choice for today. By the way, after that, Dan, I'll reveal a singer who's dropped off the face of the earth, was once incredibly well-known, and now renounces the United States and is a citizen of the UK. It's not Rosie O'Donnell. That's Ireland. We have another one that's left the country now because of Trump. All right, but let's get that first. Let's get a winner. 855-839-1210. Jump on board.
Il me prend dans ses bras, il me parle tout bas, je vois la vie en rose. Il me dit des mots d'amour, des mots de...
Warning, if you're thinking about surgery to fix your chronic joint pain, stop, because surgery can be risky, painful, and come with a lengthy recovery time. But there is an alternative, a groundbreaking therapy that revitalizes damaged tissue with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. QC Kinetics has successfully treated tens of thousands of patients, freeing them from pain in their knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints. Before you resort to invasive surgery, find out if you're a candidate for this advanced regenerative therapy by calling 267-813-1311. Don't let chronic pain dictate your life any longer, and don't risk surgery. Learn more about the joint pain therapy endorsed by professional athletes and available now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. To find out if you're eligible, request a free consultation from QC Kinetics. You owe it to yourself to learn more about this surgery-free alternative with no drugs and no downtime. Call QC Kinetics today by calling 267-813-1311. 267-813-1311.
Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Necessity is the mother of invention. How do you think plumbing was invented? I'm thinking someone said, guys, really not digging our current situation. Indoor plumbing. Done. Today, no one understands plumbing like Hutchinson Plumbing. How it works or doesn't work when pipes freeze and burst. Hutchinson's same-day service means our experts will have your plumbing back up in no time. And for times you need extra help, like a new water heater, our flexible payment options and great warranties make it easy. Schedule today at hutchcomfort.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Crews are beginning to clean up that jet fuel spill that leaked into groundwater in Upper Makefield, Bucks County. The city reveals a plan to create a bus-only lane on Roosevelt Boulevard, and a free science museum in Old City reopens after a 3-month renovation.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio, now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
The worst dream last night. You were in a car crash and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly. Wesley Financial Group.
Group is not a law firm. An important message about your timeshare from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. Contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about timeshare cancellation.
Call 800-408-4040. That's 800-408-4040.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, got a great one today for a really good prize. Dan, give us the background and a little bit of the sound.
Yes, Dom, this is my first ever celebrity crush in the late 90s, early 2000s. She fit in perfectly for our side question, which today is somebody who was once huge, making headlines and fell off. 4-time Grammy nominee. Really fell off from the radar until this year, popping up after performing at a Maha event for RFK. She had to apologize to the LGBTQ community, Dom. So here is the clue. Who is this covering the song? Take a listen.
All right, let's go to, Peter in Upper Chichester, where once, Dan, they wanted my complete instructions for my mall that I was building there.
You're building a mall?
A guy sent, we had a prankster, this guy that did stuff like this till we got caught. Can you imagine? Yeah, that's what I'm going to be in the mall business. Put the radio thing on the top roof there.
Yeah, you and Simon.
Yeah, let's go to Peter in Upper Chichester, not lower, upper. Hi, Peter.
Hey, Dom and Dan, I used to love this song, and she certainly fell off the map, and that's Jewel.
That is a great one.
Wow.
Yes, wonderfully played. I'll put you on
Good job,
hold,
Peter.
Absolutely. Any more detail on that, Dan?
Tough life she grew up, Dom. Troubled childhood. She was a yodeler with her father at first. Mother apparently embezzled $100 million from her, which might have been significant in why she disappeared for a while.
Yeah, I would smile.
Late 90s, early 2000s. Jewel was all over the place. 4-time Grammy nominee. Beautiful voice. Popped up on The Masked Singer. I think she might have actually won it a couple years ago. And then, as I said earlier in January, at a rally for RFK and Cheryl Hines, she performed Somewhere Over the Rainbow, which very much annoyed the LGBT community to the point that she was forced to apologize.
Now, here's another prominent singer, prominent in her own right, and then prominent in her husband who committed suicide. Singer Courtney Love has filed for citizenship in the UK because President Trump is so frightening now. She is in the UK right now, been there for a while. And because of Trump, it's like Emperor Core, like they're wearing $1 million watches. Emperor Core is going on. It's frightening. It's like cyanide now. All right, so we're losing Courtney Love. We've already lost Rosie O'Donnell to Ireland. This time around, we are seeing some celebrities. I don't know who truly left in the first time, but the person that a lot of people might, I was saving it until now. This will be Cut 9, YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210WPHT. Look, Alec Baldwin is reprehensible beyond belief. But I would say his wife is worse. The phony accent, the annoyance. But again, you are who you marry. I mean, he chose her. Here is Hilaria. At some of it, they have a new show. I'm not sure.
It's terrible. It's called The Baldwins. Me and Maisie
Baldwins.
watched an episode. We forced ourselves. And the entire episode, Maisie turns to me pretty early.
Right.
She goes, I don't think Alec knows the name of his youngest baby. Throughout the entire episode, just referred to it as baby, not by the name, over and over again. So I don't think he knows his child's name, to be quite honest.
And I think the idea is to be chaotic. Like, that's a thing. It makes it fresh or whatever.
So reading the celeb dirt sheets, I think Hilaria's been pushing for a reality show for a while, and it's only now that Alec has agreed to it. And I wonder if it's because he might need some money there, Dom?
Yeah, and this is public now. It's in front of media at one of these events with the backdrop. There's signage behind them. And she's asked the question first, and I think he tries to add something here, and she's not having any of it. Here's how it sounded.
The Ilaria show.
No. I think we're gonna see. We're gonna see how it feels to have it be out there.
It's gonna be great.
This
You're
season,
a winner.
Oh my God! When I'm talking, you're not talking. No, when I'm talking, you're not talking.
Wow.
This is why, yes, we'll have to just cut him out of the show. No.
Oh my.
I mean, I think this is a really
And Alex taking it
raw
seriously too. His
show,
face,
and
he's
it's
angry.
very real. And we took a lot of chances, and I think that we'll see where it leads us. We'll see what it feels like to have be out there, and then we'll see.
To the point that noise you hear in the background, that's Alec walking away from the interview, starting other interviews because he was so disrespected that he felt he didn't care anymore. Wow.
Yeah, well, maybe we're misogynist. Maybe we're sexist. Can a woman assert herself? When I'm talking, you're not talking. Just the voice, the whole thing. My God, what a choice. This is a Hobson's choice. You got Alec Baldwin, and over here you have this fake woman.
And the shocking thing is there's no accent.
Right, that's right, yeah.
I think they're both in the wrong in this one. Let her answer the question, but she has to have a better response than I'm talking.
Well, she has that little phrase that she's going to use. When I'm talking, you're not talking. That's unusual.
Can't do that.
Who in the world would say, this is the woman I want to marry? She's a relatively
Remember she forgot the word for
but-
onions when she was on?
Yeah.
What are those things called?
Yeah, I think I have that
And
audio
is it
here
7
somewhere.
kids of one sort or another, including baby? We don't know the name. And dogs and other mirage. That's the joy of this. I would say I'd like to have people watch a half hour of each. I still think Meghan Markle is more insufferable. I can't stand more. She just truly is.
I haven't watched that one. I can't
I've
bring
watched a
myself
little
to.
bit of it. It is so
fake,
Yeah,
right?
it's fake.
Yeah.
This woman is not fake as much as obnoxious.
Yeah.
Well,
She's
then
a
there's the
wannabe.
accent.
She's
yeah,
a wannabe.
There's the accent too.
Yeah, here's the.
We have very few ingredients. We have tomatoes. We have how do you say it? Cucumbers. We have red pepper.
How you say cucumbers? Oh man.
All right.
This is why, yes, we'll have to just cut him out of the show.
All right.
No.
Oh man.
When I'm talking, you're not talking. All right. Coming up, I want to go into this in detail. RFK Jr.'s legacy is going to be unbelievable if he gets through half the things that are in the air. One of them I'm fine with, but I want to tell you it's being pushed now today. This is the agenda. And that is America's students are not doing well in school because they're sleep deprived. In other words, he's got a guy who's a big expert in this. This is his issue. And he wants to start schools, as I understand it, much later. All right, you know what? If it's some minimal advantage, I might have to concede that.
That makes so much sense.
But is that why America's kids are dropping No, it's not. It's a ridiculous thing. It's a pablum.
Ooh.
Not only that, who in the world is going to be getting said kids to schools if they have to start later? I'd love to hear from parents.
I think it's the opposite.
You think it's the opposite?
Yeah.
No,
I think
parents want
it
to
makes-
get them there earlier
I
because
think
they
it
have
makes
to
more
go to
sense
work.
for parents.
You think so?
Yeah.
All right,
Well,
we'll
what
find out.
time are we moving it back to?
Well, it varies. They haven't put, they haven't
Some
put
kids
the
are starting
thing
at 8 o'clock, which is incredibly inconvenient for parents. They don't have to be to work till 9.
Oh, I think parents want the earlier thing. They can drop the kid off and then be on their way.
And
the
the
other way,
but the thing is, though, on the other side of it, what happens, and this is
Yes.
where my argument would
Yeah.
lie, is at the end of the school day, you're getting kids out at 3, 2:30 with the early release.
Right.
And then parents are most of the time not home, so these kids can do whatever the heck they want, and that's where this trouble comes from. So if you start it later,
think
then
later.
they're-
Okay.
you
I
know,
think
you got
the-
the schools housing them. And
right. The morning is more of the issue. Got to know Lori at Ringo's. She knows this. Lunch lady Lori, among other things. It's just a phony thing to say this is going to make all the difference. I'm not buying that. America's kids are failing because they don't want to do the work, and parents can't figure out a way to motivate them to keep them working up to speed. But is it really something as simple as moving around starting and closing times? 855-839-1210. And also get in right now. Who is somebody who's dropped off the face of the earth? Somebody that, Joe of Exton has, and Joe of Exton all-time answer today. Oh, my God. I'm not sure if the guy's still alive or not. That might be an indicator that he's fallen off the face of the earth.
I think he's long gone.
Yeah, 855-839-1210. We'll let it go, though. It's a good one.
Yeah, 87, Dom. 87.
He's alive.
No. He was gone.
Oh,
he's
been
been
gone
since
in
87.
Since 87.
Yes.
Wow. Okay, I thought so.
38
But,
years.
yeah, okay. All right. But it's a great answer. Let Joe go with it. That's my Sicily music. As you know by now, Ro and I want to go with you to Sicily. We've been to Italy twice with listeners. Enormous numbers because they know conservative tours. Both times it was with conservative tours. They know everything is taken care of and it's spectacular. Sicily is because it is the crossroads of everything. You may have seen White Lotus. You may have heard people talking. You may have seen, with Giuseppe yesterday, we were talking about World War II. Patton racing Montgomery to get to Palermo, which is the big place there. It's beautiful, the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and also Calabria this fall. We're headed to Europe again with conservative tours. That's the only people we would go with. 5544, all that. And you get airfare included, and feast. That's what these dinners are. They are truly feasts, well planned, all the great spots. You'll feel like a native. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Give them a call. You at least have to see all that's offered. Call 888-733-9494 or go to conservativetours.com. The thing I'm really looking forward to, too, the Godfather Tour. All the locales in Sicily from the three Godfather movies. This is Sicily. The Grand Duel of Sicily will hit.
Them all now while we got the muscle.
That's right, Frankie. No. I want you to wait. I want Simon Roth to know that he's got a partner in me.
You can act like a man.
Godfather
Like an
1.
actor.
I don't think we have any cuts of Godfather 3, thank God. No, but just when I got out, they pulled me back in, yeah. And Wet Your Beak. We'll do that in Taormina, and I'll see you.
Won't see him no more.
That's Godfather 1. On Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca. That's another great spot. Call 888-733-9494. Do it now.
A pleasant day is shaping up across the Delaware Valley. High temperatures a good 15 degrees above average. Sunshine with some high clouds through the afternoon, high up around 70, cooler along the coast. Tonight, some fog and drizzle possible, otherwise partly cloudy with a low 46. And for Thursday, becoming mostly cloudy with some showers late in the afternoon, high 68.
Homeowners, improve your family's comfort with a Bradford White water heater and enjoy all the hot water your household needs. All day, every day. With Bradford White, you get more than just a water heater. You get our commitment to quality and reliability that you can trust. How you heat your water matters, so don't compromise when it comes to your home or your hot water. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best because your home deserves it. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more and find an installation pro near you.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time here. By the way, Dave Sunday, who was spectacular yesterday, the new Attorney General. I wish he would run for governor, but I know, he would say, my feet getting wet, Attorney General, then I turn around and run against Shapiro. He has joined 26 or 25 other attorneys general filing a brief in support of President Trump's deportation of gang members. All right, so he's on the legal side of thing and the right side of thing. And what he said yesterday about Medicaid fraud was really revealing. He's leading in the nation at investigating, prosecuting, and getting convictions on Medicaid fraud. That's big stuff, and this is going to come up nationally. All right, so people on Twitter not enamored with this idea. Carrie Marie makes a point that what about the students who have jobs or sports teams? The later you make school get out, the more you're depriving them. Let's go to Margot in Bucks County, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Margot, good afternoon.
Hi there.
Hi.
Hi.
Yes, go ahead,
Diane?
Margot. Yes, you're on. Go right ahead.
Okay. Yeah. I disagree with all of this. I do not think kids are sleep deprived because they have an early wake up time. I'm going to say I know for a fact that kids are sleep deprived because they are up all night on their phones. They're playing video games. They have TVs in their room. If you want to solve this problem, give them a flashlight and a book and structure your day so that kids are getting to bed at a good time. My children do. My daughter attended a school. We were warned, oh, my gosh, she's going to have so much homework. She's going to be up all night. And I thought, oh, geez. Well, no, she comes home. She does her homework, or she'll get it done at school. My kid is not like a mental giant like Genius. She's, a good student, but no, she's not allowed to.
Margot, what time does she have to get to school?
She has to be to school a little bit before 8, so we are heading for the bus at 7:15.
Yeah, well, that's
my son is in high school though. I have a high schooler, so he's up at the crack of dawn, and again, he gets to sleep at a decent time because that's how we structure our lives. And I think everything is someone else's fault, but until you take away the phones in the room, take away the TVs, take away the video games, and then come back and tell me that the kids are sleep deprived because they have to wake up early, I don't believe it. I don't.
Thank you, Margot. Yeah, well, this is where I think RFK, he's got these advisors, these big, this will be an initiative around this. And again, if it makes it more convenient for parents, that's one consideration. But to Margot's point, I'm not convinced these kids can't do work in school because it's too early. It's all those things. By the way, watching, and we might get her on at some point, yesterday the Wall Street Journal had a great op-ed by this former athlete, played in America, I think is a citizen now, and it was playing in Division II, and she wants her records back. She had to go against a guy who was only ranked the 390th or 400th runner in Division II, a guy, but soundly beat her when he said he identifies as a female. And this is what female athletes have to say, too, and I would advise the Trump administration and others to do this. These female athletes want their records back. Leah Thomas ought to be stripped of every record imaginable. Every single one of these people, that is what I would be pushing for. And politically, America is going to stand up and cheer. Hold rallies in which you say, that's not your record. It's this female who came in second. We're not having this. We're going back. Well, I'd like to go back and take away Barry Bonds' every record while I was at it. There's several that I would take away. Mr. Pumpkinhead. How in the world do we live in a country where Hank Aaron has to, now sadly deceased, sit there and Barry Bonds has the record? That's just not right. Oh, come on now. Don't you have better things to do? Okay, well, then you tell me how that's right, and then I'll shut up about it. It's the same thing here. Greg in Chalfont, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Greg, afternoon.
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon. When my children were young, they had bedtimes.
Right.
The oldest went to bed the latest, which was 9 o'clock, and then the other three went to bed shortly thereafter, depending on age. But they had firm bedtimes. My daughter now has my grandchildren who are, 4 and 1, and they make up their own hours. They don't put them to bed. They have no control over them. I think it's insane, and I just think it's the parents, not the kids.
Well, do you think it would be helpful to parents, though? That's the only consideration I have, at least in the morning, if it would be later. I'm in a camp that says probably not, if they have to take them to school. No?
No, absolutely not, because then they're just going to take more advantage of that. And I think the previous caller made a point that if they're on their phones, they have a TV, it needs to go off, or they need to take them.
Well, look, I'm in agreement with that. Thank you, Greg. What I'm saying is the delivery. I'm not sure how many parents listening would have to deliver the kid to school. Would it be better to do that than you go off to work if it were later? But then later in the afternoon gets in the way of a lot of stuff. Watch for this. You're going to hear this, and I hope RFK Jr. has saner voices tell him that's not the problem. It's a scam to say this is why America's kids can't learn in school. It's not about that. What's the evidence of this? Well, they will not be sleep deprived. Even that is debatable. I don't know about going to bed at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock would seem easily, or whatever. Oh, they need more sleep. Okay, all right, take a nap when you come home. Whatever. I think a reasonable time would strike me as 10 o'clock, particularly if you have to get up at 6.
To start?
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
10 o'clock?
I think that's ludicrous.
What, too late?
Way too late. If my start time was at 10 o'clock every day, I'd be staying up till 2 a.m. every night still. It wouldn't change anything. I'd be like, oh, I don't have to get up. I don't have to do anything. And part of the sleep schedule...
I meant 10 o'clock to go to sleep, not school time. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay,
No, I think a reasonable time is around 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
give or take. Part of the problem is
too early.
These school districts are spread out so much with busing and all that. It takes forever to get to school. That creates some
It should be 9 o'clock.
I had to take 2 buses in high school.
You had to take 2 buses?
I had to take, because I went to Catholic school, so I had to take it to the public school, and then from the public school I had to take one to
a 2-bus route. Wow,
yeah.
That's tough.
So let me sit you down on the couch there, Henry. As a child, private school, having to go every morning to the public school. Were you sitting on the outside of the public school wishing you were inside?
Well, we sat on the inside during the winter, but yeah, for the most part.
Yeah.
All right.
That's sad.
I want to go to the public
yearning
school.
to be in the public school.
Oh,
this is coming from a public school guy talking to 2 private school guys. So.
Yeah, well, I wasn't yearning. The public
better,
schools were horrible. I couldn't even imagine.
Does yours have a natatorium, Dom?
I went to Newman. I'm trying to think of the local public school. Would it have been so? No. You know what Southern had right in front of the door for years? The chalk lines are where someone was shot, the body there. You think after one day, I think there's pictures, you can find it. We think after one day they might clean it up after the police say it's okay. Get the hose out. Yeah. No, I was there, and one kid, they had food riots. One kid tried to drown another in a vat of mashed potatoes. He's holding his head down.
Food riots?
Food riots.
Where did you go to school?
Like not just food fights.
No,
we're talking
student teaching. Student teaching.
Okay.
Yes.
We're not talking like normal food fights. We're talking like food riots.
Yeah, throwings. Yeah, and one kid's got the head down in the vat of mashed potatoes.
Oh my God!
You see that? Nothing's going to bother you.
What's the oddest thing you've gotten thrown at you, Dom?
A desk.
Well, I was talking food.
Oh no, I don't remember that. But in a classroom, a kid threw a desk at me. It
really?
was all out war. Yeah, that was it.
You ever get a shoe thrown at you?
No, I don't remember a shoe.
No.
One kid stood across the street with black gloves on and a little bat tapping it, looking at me when I was coming out.
Oh, that wasn't the listener bugle boy?
No. The bugle boy has been in this field now. God knows where the we haven't heard from the bugle boy. Don't get him started again. There'll be big trouble.
Yeah, someone that fell off the map. There you go.
There you go, the bugle boy. All right, it's a big lightning round. Hit us with that person that's fallen off the map. That's next at 855-839-1210. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart? stay active as you age, it's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel the best every day. Right now, Dom listeners, you can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak with a knowledgeable product consultant, or just visit res-q.com. Enter the code MyEnergy at checkout. So don't miss this exclusive deal. It will not last long. It's simple. Go to res-q.com. Use the code MyEnergy, MYENERGY. Grab Rescue Orosine with the buy one, get one free savings. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Bill Hoffman, president of Hoffman's Exterminating. We've been protecting Delaware Valley homes and businesses from pests for 35 years, all while supporting our local community. We also support those who protect us, our veterans. Robert Rutherford, our Director of People and Culture, served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. We at Hoffman's have made a commitment to hiring veterans. Our veterans are valued, and the skills you learn in the military are transferable. Join the Hoffman's family and visit us at hoffmansexterminating.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Yo, Langhorne. Thanks for listening to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, hit us with your all-time favorite. They have dropped off the face of the earth, or something like that. Somebody really famous, and now not so much you don't see them. Let's go to the Earl of Tacony here on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Earl. Who do you have?
Well, for a second there, I thought I was going to nominate myself. I thought I dropped off the face of the earth for a while there. But my answer is, back in the 60s, there used to be the gods of rock and roll. Everybody wanted to work with them. Everybody knew them. They were on all the magazine covers. They were on all the TV shows. And my rock and roll god would be Eric Burdon. He was with the Animals, House of the Rising Sun, Don't Let Me Be Misunderstood. When he was out in San Francisco, he teamed up with War and did Spill the Wine. Eric Verdon Goes to War. Started his own solo career, and then he just kind of faded away. For years, I thought he was dead until I looked it up on Wikipedia. He's still alive, and up until 2013,
really,
he was still performing. But he just, he's still around, but people stopped paying attention to him.
All right, that's a very good one. Dan, I think this is potentially a good one. There's reasons why maybe, but he's in the bullpen there at the Vatican. They're going to tag him in. Carol in Somerton. Carol, who's yours?
Pope Benedict XVI. He resigned.
Yes.
And nobody heard from him after that, or hardly heard from him.
Yeah, and I think he's in the bullpen there with the current Pope and all.
Well,
God knows.
He's no longer with us.
He died?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he died.
I didn't know that. Yeah? When did he die,
died in
Henry?
22, yeah.
Oh, I did not know that. I thought this guy was still hanging around. All right, Joe in Exton. Joe, who do you have today?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Yes.
My person who luxuriated in public acclaim and then who gradually diminished into obscurity is the pianist Liberace.
We really need to consult with Joe when we come up with these questions.
Yeah.
His level of vocabulary, whatever the phrase he just used to describe our side question, much better than we could ever do.
Yeah. But
The answer, not so much, though, Joe.
Yeah, I know. He's not alive now. I thought we were pretty clear. I get it that in the past he was famous and then not. Okay.
Yeah.
Mark in Huntington, Virginia, or West Huntington. Okay. Mark, who's yours?
Huntington Valley.
Hello.
Huntington Valley. Okay. Okay, my fault. Okay. Mark, who's yours?
Yes, I have the left arm of God, Sandy Koufax of the Brooklyn and L.A. Dodgers.
Yeah, arguably the greatest. You couldn't hit him. Left-hand pitcher ever. That's a dispute, but
89 years old.
89, yes, Sandy Koufax. All right, I think we have to come up with a winner here. These were all worthy. We'll start with you today, Dan. Let's go that way and see what you say.
A guy that's fallen off so far that we don't even use the nickname we once used to call him. Robert Bensalem's answer of Don Lemon.
Right?
No
Not
longer
even
Don Lemon.
Yes, it's true. And, he's not on, but he was on with Bill Maher recently. What do you say, Henry?
I like the answer Earl gave of Earl Burden, or Eric Burden, someone who toured with all these famous bands, and then suddenly out of nowhere. And then Carolyn Somerton's answer of Pope Benedict XVI. I mean, what kind of a pope resigns?
Right, except he's not alive.
He's not alive, but
Yeah.
still at the same time, he just faded into irrelevancy.
All right, I could see Earl of Taconies today. I thought that was a real good example of somebody that's fallen away. All right, we'll do it all again tomorrow with the side question. Don't forget, Friday is going to be spectacular. The Mannion Foundation, all the big guests. Amazing what the lineup we have. Until then, follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Rich is next on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Once I was strolling one